But this is our first game of 2024, so I'm very pleased that we are all here together. We have Andrew with us, our new player, who will be playing a Bretonian knight. Just so you know, Andrew, the rest of the party, you are officially
we are legal, upstanding citizens.
Well,
Nothing wrong here.
No. I mean that he's the only qualified fighter in your entire party right now. Because, well,
That's not true.
What do you mean?
I was gonna say, yeah, Lambert did kill a guy with a rock.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And I smote a guy.
Well, that's true. That's true.
And like, if you kill your opponent before the fight starts, I'd say you're the better fighter.
Yeah, true.
That is true indeed. But let's start with experience points. Gustav. So Brian, tell us, what are you buying for your XP?
I'm gonna take 5 toughness.
5 toughness. Okay.
And I'm gonna take 5 intelligence.
5 toughness and 5 int. Very good choice. So just so you know, Andrew, int is used mainly for stuff like, of course, research, but also spotting things. Like, use it for perception tests. While toughness, of course, it's pretty self-explanatory. You the higher toughness you have, the more damage you can take, and of course, it's also very important when it comes to disease, mutations, things like that. You are playing a knight, so you have naturally higher toughness than probably anyone else in the party right now. Okay, Johannes, what about you?
I am going to go ahead and immediately spend more on ballistic skill to get my full 10% bonus in ballistic skill.
Okay, so how much do you have total right now?
Hold on 1 second. Let me see here. I would now have 47. Sorry, no, not 47. 42.
42.
It's only +5, not +10.
Yeah, I mean 42 is still pretty high. Remember that your human average in this game is 30, about like plus minus 28, 33, something like that. If you have above, you are better than your usual human being. If you have below, you are of course, well, slightly worse than your usual human. For example, if you have like 20 intelligence, you're practically half-witted. But if you have like 60 intelligence, you are a genius. So that's how this works. And ballistic skill, Andrew, of course, is used practically only to shoot, which Bretonian knights don't really do because Bretonians, I mean the knight caste, they believe that ranged weapons are inferior and they are dishonorable.
They're for peasants.
Yeah, yes, exactly. They're for peasants. A knight would never pick up a bow or a pistol, especially a pistol because it's an empire weapon. Yeah, you only, charge with your sword up and your shield held high.
I hold it that I'm so good at ballistic skill now because of my teacher.
Okay, nice. And now we have Lambert.
What can I say? I'm really good at handling bowls. All right. I picked up 5 in intelligence, and I picked up seasoned traveler, which gives me a +10 to speak language and common knowledge checks.
To all common knowledge checks.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So seasoned traveler is a trait. Traits. You only buy them once. For example, skills you can buy up to 3 times usually, for a total bonus of, I believe, plus 10%. Traits you can only buy once, Andrew, and they give you a flat bonus to often one of your statistics. In this case, Lambert Cherryheart has, well, he just knows more about the world than your usual old warder. And as with everything else, every single upgrade costs 100 XP. Unless you are learning something from outside of your skill options, then usually it costs 200. But if you are learning something that's not native to your career, you usually have to consult Game Master if that's okay. And of course, I almost always say, yeah, if you want something, then just go get it. It's about having fun after all. All right, Andrew. So about your character, because I see that you haven't put name in your character sheet. Yes.
Yeah, not yet. Yeah, I came up with my first name, but I haven't come up with my last name yet.
Okay. Well, in that case, there are name generators, or you can just invent your own right now.
Right.
But I will be introducing you shortly, so a Bretonnian knight. Well, he really needs to to introduce
Need a
himself.
family name.
Yeah. I also
Right.
see that you are probably that on your character sheet you have knight errant, but I think that you are right now knight of the realm if you got all your advances right.
Okay, go ahead and change the Knight of the Realm.
Yeah, I'll quickly
Okay.
do that. Okay. Now, one last thing. We are using node system in our games mainly because there's a lot happening, and people forget about NPCs they met. What are they supposed to do? I even forget those things, and I'm running those games, so 100% professional right here. So we are using nodes. How this works is that I create a document. You can see it in notes section, and every single player makes notes for 3 sessions. Then another player makes notes for 3 sessions, etc., etc. And I give a bonus XP of 100 points for 3
100?
notes. What? Sorry?
I thought it was 30.
30.
30? Oh. Wow, look at me, I'm a big fat liar. Yeah, sorry, 30. Of course, my bad. It's like 10 points for...
I'll take 100. This is my third session.
No. It was my mistake. It was my mistake. Sorry. No,
God has spoken and said there was 100 XP on the line for notes.
Yeah, just check the name of the god. He always lies. So
H.
yeah. No,
That's a coin flip. It could be the truth.
it's 30 XP, so that's still quite a lot, I think. So like 10 XP per session of notes. I advise you not to make the notes in row 20, but for example in a notepad document or Word document, and then just paste it. And of course, don't worry, you won't have to do it today. You're fresh to the game.
Whose turn is it?
I'm not. I think Brian was doing notes last time, right?
Brian, you're on your last one, or are you on? Is it on me?
I think this is my last one.
Okay.
All right, so next one's on me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
on
right.
you or on Johannes?
Pretty sure it's on me. Johannes did it before Brian.
Okay. Yeah. So
Did he not?
Okay, so next one will be on you, Michael, and then Andrew, if you feel bold enough, you can take it from Michael after like 4 sessions. So it will probably take at least 2 months, if not more.
You feeling lucky, punk?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I always encourage you guys to revisit notes if you have any, if you have any questions, if you're not sure what happened. That's what they're here for. And there are, the rest of the things you learn along the way. Let's start. And where did we end last time?
On a very charitable donation.
Oh yeah, it's very festive.
Oh yeah, you guys did the feast for the kids.
Yep.
For the street urchins.
Also started a contract with them.
Yeah. Now this is our new map. I don't really want to draw over it just yet, but the Shepherd's Wand is somewhere here. As you can see, number 21 is the 23 here is the Street of 100 Taverns, one of the most famous places in all of Altdorf. Of course, it is the place where there are most inns, taverns, places to drink, watering holes, I believe they're called. Probably brothels as well, but I mean it's
Where I met my girlfriend.
yeah, that's exactly. And we know we know what she was doing for a living, and yeah, you, Lambert, Johannes, and Gustav, you just finished the feast for the kids, and I believe it's still pretty early in this day, like it's early afternoon. Of course, it's summer of 2522. The Storm of Chaos has just ended. The Empire and the so-called Conclave of Light, which was a coalition of human, elven, and dwarven realms, managed to withstand the assault of the forces of the great enemy of Chaos from the north, led by Archaon the Ever-Chosen. But the cost was great. Thousands have died. The entire provinces of the Empire have been destroyed, as well as Kislev, and even Bretonia suffered from the raids of the so-called Dark Elves. The old world reels from the assault, but is still standing. The end times have not yet come, have not yet arrived. And Altdorf, the capital of the Empire, where we are playing, was fortunately far from the front lines. However, unfortunately, or depends on how you see it, thousands of refugees have entered the city, mainly from the provinces of Nordland, Ostland, Ostermark, and Hochland, all of the destroyed or heavily damaged provinces. And so now the streets are overflowing with refugees. There are tensions between the Altdorfers and the newcomers. The Emperor, the Reichsmarshal, and Emperor's Champion have not yet returned from the north. There's talk about the former Grand Theogonist, Volkmar the Grim, that he's actually alive. He died at the very beginning of the war and was replaced by Esmer, a very unpopular figure. But now there are rumors that Volkmar is actually alive and that he's returning to reclaim his position. Doomsayers are, of course, on every street corner proclaiming that this is just the beginning, and that the accursed one, the three-eyed king, will return to claim his birthright.
Oh my god, it's always the end times.
Yeah, heretical cults are, of course, appearing almost every single day. A new cult just appears from out of nowhere, kidnaps people to sacrifice them to their dark gods. There are talks of secession, for example, of some provinces. There are tensions between the Empire and Bretonia, naturally. The war has been won, but for some people, it's still going on, and the so-called peace. It hasn't yet arrived, or if it has, then it doesn't really feel like peace. And in the middle of this all, you have been thrust into this mess. Gustav van Heck, Johannes, I don't remember your second name, sorry, Sean.
It's okay.
And Lambert Cherryheart, a halfling. So you've been here for quite a few weeks, if not months, in Altdorf, trying to make a living here, and you're actually doing pretty well. You've made some contacts, you've made some friends. In case of Gustav, he even found a lady friend. Johannes, if I recall correctly, you also want to try your luck with the lovely Hanna Edberg.
Yes.
The friend of equally lovely Eva Staller. Lambert, you've been, you've tried your hand, if I recall correctly, in politics, right? Or am I? Well, I mean, it was probably a bit too big of a word, but
like the professional career of bribing.
Yeah.
I thought it was agitator.
Good lobbying.
Okay, there you go. Yes.
Yeah. But not everything has been going well. you've met some people from the shadier sides of Altdorf, like the gangsters, the fight,
like that one house by the wall that had a lot of shade on it, or that tower that was full of shade.
Like the gangsters such as Carsten Leibniz. You've also met Dankmar Lightfoot, a very important figure in Altdorf's Halfling society, who turned out to be not so nice of a person.
Hey, real piece of shit.
Yeah. You were also part of an investigation, into the Staller affair. As it turns out, you've managed to help Johann Staller and his daughter, and freed them from the grip of an evil necromancer named what was the bastard's name? By Sigmar, I forgot.
His name was.
Well, anyway, he was a member of a ruling caste. He worked in, maybe not in the town hall per se, but he was a minor politician, and he kidnapped the Stallers. You managed to help free them, and in doing so, you've exposed him as a necromancer. And now you're in even bigger trouble. But for now, it is lovely day. It's too warm, of course. The stench, the overwhelming stench coming from the river and from thousands of people just passing through the streets, living in Altdorf, is almost overwhelming. You have a feeling that the insects, the flies, the gats, the mosquitoes are just getting everywhere under your clothes, into your hair, into your noses and ears. And you're outside the whistles, and you're outside the Shepherd's Wand, which is a lovely, pretty decent inn, located on the street of 1,000 taverns, or 100 taverns, because both names are actually correct. Where you've just finished organizing a huge feast for lots of street urchins. Street urchins that are actually working for you right now.
Yep.
So, the day is, still it's not yet evening. You can still do something. If you, what do you wish to do right now?
I'm already stuck in it. Just drinking the rest of my night away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember that you can drink and eat here for free.
Right. I'm just trying to remember what we were. Okay, yeah. So we fed the street urchins, but what was the last thing we were going to do before that?
There was another thing. Yeah.
Come again, Brian?
There was another thing we were going to do today. The street urchins were going to go spy on, or keep their ear to the ground for Guarina near the Palace of Retribution. But weren't we going to go to the club?
Well, no. I think we talked at length about the club and realized that even though we have invitations, we need to be brought in by a member, and so
the club, the Golden Triangle, is located somewhere, because if you look at the map, the north is actually here. It's it's slightly tilted. South is here, north is here. If you can see the pink, tell me. I think you should see.
Yeah, sorry, I'm covering it up. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah.
So
So the
actually,
Golden Triangle is somewhere here, somewhere around here.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, I have my
No worries.
zoom up too high and I can't see. But so I'm just looking at the notes here, and I think okay, so we gossiped and we found out the location of the Golden Triangle.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Okay. Corbinian is the Jade guy, right?
Yes, Corbinian is the Jade Wizard whom Gustav befriended in the University of Altdorf in the Great Library.
Right. So we already talked to him, and we gave him a funky dagger.
Yeah, the Jade College is located here, number 19.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I love about this map is that it has almost every single important place, labeled on it. So you can find practically everything here.
He said it's going to take a few days to analyze the dagger.
Yeah.
Right.
Because the dagger that you found is certainly very unusual. Was certainly very unusual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was totally not a cult artifact.
Well, yeah. I mean, it had this culty feel to it, but it was also incredibly light.
I think I know the spell that he's doing too.
Well,
like there's an actual spell for that. I mean, character. My character wouldn't know anything. But...
Yeah.
The
dagger,
heretic.
Yeah, the dagger was slightly curved. It was long. It had this silvery blade serrated on one side, and the curved handle ended, in a with a snake's head, so to speak. It was in equal parts. It was very beautiful, very well made, but also very disturbing to look at. And the assailants who attacked you, Gustav, who attacked you in the Great Library, well, they certainly knew how to use it. Fortunately, you only received a minor cut from it, and nothing too serious. But yeah, if I recall correctly, you had some plans about getting into Golden Triangle, but nothing too specific, nothing too concrete.
I think is it my imagination, or did we net out on staking it out and seeing who went in and out?
No, I don't think you ever discussed that, actually.
Okay, all right.
We should now.
Oh yeah. Well, so the point is I think where we left it was we found out the location, and the kids are supposed to be spying on Guarina for us.
Yes.
Right?
Guarina lives somewhere near the Palace of Retribution, which is located somewhere...
Number 1.
That was number one. Number 1, yeah. My bad. I like I said, this map is tilted, so I need to reorient myself.
It's twisted around, yeah.
Just so you also know, Andrew, if you look at the map, you see the river, of course. The Great River is Reich, and it is deep enough so that actually galleons from Imperial fleet, from Imperial first and second fleets, can traverse it. This is Reich. This is Talabek, the other large river in the Empire. It goes all the way to Talabek land, to the great city of Talaheim. But what's not presented on this map is that there are lots of smaller islands on it, and that there are lots more bridges on both rivers. Some of them are, sturdy enough, solid-looking bridges, while others are just like few pieces of planks, put over the water. So, it's not presented on this map, but they are here. Just remember about this.
Okay.
Yeah. Because Altdorf is, while it's of course located far from the ocean, from the sea, it still relies a lot on the fact that it's a river city, essentially. Okay. So, Finron, after everything has been finished with the meal, he told you that his servants are cleaning after the feast. They are just taking all of the dishes inside, dismantling the table, stuff like that. He approaches all of you and he says, "Right. I need to do a few things right now, but I also think I might help you with your what should we call it, Marshall problem.
Yes.
Because a few past days, and he looks at you, Gustav, clearly shown that if anyone even sneezes in your direction, you are practically dead. No offense.
I'm taken. I'm not built for
You are not built
this
for
sort of.
combat, yes, but the people who are opposing you right now and who know of you, they are merciless and ruthless. I think it's time to even the playing field a bit. So please, stay in the inn for a few more hours. Enjoy a drink or two.
Make sure he's not a foreigner.
and he's like, well, I can't promise anything, Johannes.
Too many damn foreigners in this group already.
But
hey, man, like I'm part of the empire.
Well, we all technically are. I am paying taxes in your city, in your nation, says Finron.
Yes.
And I am, by law, allowed to stay in it. But I understand your sentiments. So many of you humans, you are wonderfully xenophobic. Anyway, I have someone in mind. Just, it will be interesting. Please stay here for a few hours. And with that, he just, he only wears like this light cloak on his shoulders. He starts walking into the city. Not taking anything from inside. Just goes and leaves.
All right.
Yeah.
Hopefully, whoever he finds will be better than that dwarf slayer guy.
Oh.
He almost got us killed.
Marla is like, well, I mean, you saw what he did to that abomination outside the Stoller's country estate, right?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. But correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't dwarves and elves aren't their enemies, or something like that?
I don't know.
Gustav?
Sorry, I was typing. What'd you say?
Aren't dwarves and elves enemies, or something like that?
From what I understand, they don't like each other.
So I guess it won't be a dwarf, right?
I feel like most of the hate would come from a dwarf, though.
Lambert,
For being on it.
What do you think?
What, between dwarves and elves?
I mean, should we get a dwarf in the party or an elf? Because who else could it be? I mean, Finron is an elf, so he'll probably bring us an elf, right?
Dwarves are curmudgeony old tempered bitches, and elves are haughty, better than you, holier than thou bitches. Either one is pretty shit, but they're really good in a fight.
Yeah. Lots of bitches here. Well. Anyway, I'll go upstairs, take a nap, says the girl. It's been a long day, and I will probably have to surf tonight later. So I'll catch some sleep. See you boys later, she says, and she just walks inside and heads upstairs.
Have a good nap.
Yeah, hopefully it will be. Anything is better than this oppressive heat right now. Well, anyway, she leaves you. You are standing outside the shepherd's wand. What are you going to do?
Is there like a table outside or something we're sitting at?
Like, all of the tables outside are taken, but you know that you can just ask the staff to, put out another one. You are so well known in this establishment that essentially all you need to do is ask. And they won't give you any trouble, any problems.
Yeah, sure. I think we just hang out outside, watch the passers-by until Fenron comes back.
Yeah. So Sorry, Sean, you were saying?
I said, all right, that sounds good.
Yeah, so you asked the staff and two young boys who are working at the inn. They just took out the table. They took out a few empty barrels to work as impromptu chairs. They've of course put a flagon of decent enough ale and also cold enough ale between the three of you. Maybe some snacks as well, some overly dried sausages and pickled, spiced pickles. And you're just hanging outside. The Street of 100 Taverns is always practically from dusk till dawn, incredibly loud and incredibly crowded. Fortunately, your inn is slightly removed from the main street. If you look, of course, at the smaller map below the Altdorf map, I purposefully removed all of the markers because there were too many of them. But your inn is somewhere here. So while you still feel like you're on the Street of 100 Taverns, you are mercifully spared from the masses of humanity and non-humanity passing through it. So unless you guys want to discuss anything specific, I will just make a short time skip. If you want to discuss anything specific, then by all means.
I mean, all we're waiting on is whatever the hell Finron's bringing back and my kids to report in, but that's going to take a day or two.
Yeah, I mean, you know that the kids, it will take some time for them to,
discuss tree sap based concoctions with Johannes, because I need to learn academic knowledge science.
Okay.
How long did that Jade Wizard say he was going to hold on to that knife?
2 days.
2 days to figure out.
He said a few, so I'm not sure.
Got it.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else.
Yeah, Johannes. So you are discussing academic stuff with Gustav over a pint, right?
Yeah. I'm teaching him science.
Yeah. Science time. About 2 hours pass. You were given another flagon of ale. It's light enough so that you are not actually getting hammered. Even so, the weather is just it's so hot that like that second flagon is really starting getting to you. Slowly, but it is. When you hear a slight commotion coming from the street, exiting towards the Street of 100 Taverns, people are like, when you take a glance in that direction, you see people are actually, dispersing under the buildings, and some of them, like you hear maybe not shouting, screaming per se, but louder voices, people being in awe of something, and only after a second you can hear the sound of heavily armored boots, walking over the cobblestones. It takes you a few moments to realize this, because Johannes, you and Gustav, you are just in the middle of this academic debate. Lambert, you are probably just you don't really have a choice, so you hear, you're listening to what they're saying. It's warm, it's damp, but then you look up and you see the strangest sight. You see Finron walking with this rather uncanny, slightly inhuman grace and pose, as all elves do, and people are actually parting in front of him, no, not in front of him, in front of a man who walks right to him. And the man is quite a sight. Man, describe yourself.
Oh, I guess that's me.
Yeah,
You are a man.
you are a man. You are a man indeed.
I am Gaston. No last name yet, but I did pick. I thought maybe La Stupid would be funny, or Skaven Slayer. There was a couple of ones that I liked.
Okay.
I don't know. Uh, I
A lot of people
have
don't know what Skaven are.
yeah, exactly. Well, they don't believe they
Stupid in
exist,
French.
right?
Yeah, the Skaven are a myth.
Yeah.
Just so you know. Of course, you can be a Skaven Slayer,
Right.
but we'll get to that.
Because I know the truth.
Yeah, you know
No
the
one else
truth.
does. I have a big black beard. I would say I'm 6 feet. I am bald,
Okay.
and I have colorful clothing. So, how much more do I need to describe?
I mean, I presume that you are walking in your armor because remember, for Bretonnian
Right.
Knight, his armor is it's a family heirloom, so you probably wouldn't be.
I wasn't sure if I had armor yet or not. So.
Yeah, you have because I'm
Okay.
pretty sure that even if you finish Knight Errant, I think you have full plate or
Okay.
demi full plate, I believe. Like I said, we can do this after the game, but you need to tell me if you finish Knight of the Realm or not. But even if you only have stuff from Knight Errant, then you are armored enough to make a huge impression.
Okay.
And you would have your heraldry over your armor. Your heraldry is very important. You don't need to tell me right now what this heraldry is,
Right.
but I would like for maybe next session if you could describe it in detail, just so that we could know what kind of symbolism is important for Sir Gaston.
All we had done with this character sheet was the initial creation and the amount of XP on top of that. We haven't spent anything else on that.
Yeah, no worries. So we can do this later without any problems.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And so if you are walking with your bow, like with your head, in the open, then I guess you would have your helmet in the crook of your maybe left arm or right arm, depends, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't feel threatened.
Yeah, and you are probably pretty well built. Well, you shouldn't feel threatened, of course. You are a knight of Bretonnia. You're,
Exactly.
I almost killed a necromancer with a pumpkin. He should feel threatened as shit.
You're in this, godless place, and it's.
I'm in the hunt for some watered down wine, some truffles, some whole frogs.
Yeah.
Gotta find all that stuff.
Oh man. Oh god, he's so offensively French.
Yep. Yeah. So you see, all of you see.
I think his name should be Gaston Lecoq.
Yeah.
My suggestion for your second name is to find maybe some funny word in English that sounds completely different in French. Remember, I mean, of course, it's up to you, but remember that for a Bretonnian knight, you are proud of your name and you are proud of your heritage, extremely proud.
Right.
So, Skaven Slayer is a very cool nickname, but that wouldn't actually be probably be your birth name. Gaston Lefleur, Gaston. Actually, I don't know, even Cuisson, something like that.
Right.
He's an art.
Yeah.
I'm going to post my vote for surname in the chat. I'm just going to post it in French, and you can guess what it means.
Siffla. I have no idea.
It means butt whistler.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Lepetamine. Lepetamine.
Yeah. Anyway, Gustav, Johannes, and Lambert.
Make it like Gaston crepe.
Gustav, Johannes, and Lambert. When you look at this view, you can clearly see that this man is a knight. He has the bearing of one. He has a very healthy, well-fed face of someone who doesn't really suffer from malnutrition like so many old warders, and who has enough gold to spend on decent meals.
He'll be an actor.
Yeah, you can also see that he is built well enough, and most importantly, even without you don't have to roll on Common Knowledge Empire. You see that he's not from here. It's clearly not an Imperial Knight. Not only are his symbols completely different than those of
He's from the Border Princes.
yeah than those of the Empire. You know, you look and you. I mean, none of you would know this probably. Maybe you Lambert if you would roll, but you know the fleur de lis, the symbol, which is the common symbol in Bretonia, is very prevalent on his clothing and his his heraldry. And people are actually moving away from him, not in fear, but in deference. And Gaston, you can see that when this strange Fey man approached you after you arrived in Altdorf.
Yeah, it's a botch.
Yeah, he's from you know that he's from Border Princess actually.
But no, that was totally a fucking botch. He's from Border Princess.
That's you're
He's not even real knight. He's not even real knight. He's a fucking actor.
You are 100% that he's from Border Princess and that he may in fact not be a knight. Anyway, Gaston, when you arrive in Altdorf, and Andrew, I would like for you to later do this, but create a short backstory for a character. Why are you here?
Okay.
What brought you here? What are your goals? I always reward character stories with a single fate point, which is very important, because fate points allow you to continue playing. They can, with them, you can cheat death.
Okay.
So I don't know why Finron contacted you. I don't know why you came here, but let's just say, for simplicity's sake, that for now you agreed to come with him, and he's bringing you to people whom he told you might help you. The rest is up to you. And like I said, if you manage to do this before the next game, it's cool. If not, well, maybe next game. No hurry. We're not in a rush.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, you see, of course, all the, Imperials moving out from your way. People, some of them bow, or at least, put their heads down, like they're supposed to. Others, they maybe look at you for slightly too long for your liking, but you don't see any hostile glares. And when you are approaching the inn, which looks like almost every single other establishment of this kind that you've seen in your life, I don't know how old is Sir Gaston, if he's in his 20s or in his 30s. Remember that in game terms, if you are 30 plus, you are an old man in the old world.
Okay.
So, if you're human.
Yeah, if you're human, of course. So tell me, how old is Sir Gaston?
26.
26, okay. So you see, Gustav, Johannes, and Lambert, that the man, despite his luxurious dark beard, is probably like in his late.
He's in his twilight years. He's heading towards an old folks' home.
And
that's like looking at somebody just wearing hospice care.
And as you are approaching the inn, Gaston, Finron the elf, points his long, slender finger in the direction of three men sitting at the barrel, around the table made from a large barrel, and they are actually sitting on smaller barrels. And he says, "These are the men I told you about. They are skillful enough." And, he's not saying anything else. Gustav, Johannes, and Lambert. The two men, well, the elf, whom you know, and the other man, whom you don't know, approach your table. They stand in front of it. Finron takes a few steps in front of the visitor and says, "Friends, this is Sir Gaston from the fair land of Bretonia. He's the man that I've told you about. And you all see that with a very slight and actually, simple gesture, he urges all three of you to stand up.
Okay. I stand up and I say, "Please, Gaston, pull up a barrel to sit on."
Thank you.
Okay. Gaston, what are you doing?
I'm taking the barrel and I'm gonna sit down like this and figure out what all these people want.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You,
Another round of ale.
of course.
No ale for me. No ale for me.
Oh, naturally. Sir Gaston asked the elf, "Would you like some wine?"
Please, with some water.
Naturally.
Oh my God.
You see Gustav, Johannes, and Lambert, to your probably surprise, that Gaston actually pulled his own chair, his own smaller barrel from under the wall, and he sits on it. The barrel creaks slightly because Gaston is heavily armored and armed. He has, I presume, Gaston, that you have your family sword at your hip.
Yes.
Describe the sword.
It's very large. It's a two-handed sword,
Mm-hmm.
and it has gold on it, and it just has a leather grip.
Yeah. You see that clearly his weapon is master crafted. It's a work of art. If you'd have to, you can tell just by looking at the hilt and the crossguard alone. Not to mention the sheath is of course also very well made. It is a work of beauty. Gaston, you sit in front of three men. Gustav, describe yourself to Sir Gaston. How do you look?
When you walked up, I stood up and took off my black cap. I'm wearing a set of currently colorful, good quality clothes and a black cloak over it. And see, I have a tattoo of a heart with a drop of blood spilling out of it between my right thumb and index finger. And I'm pretty young. You guess I'm about between 25, 27, ashen hair, taller, lanky. And you get the vibe that I'm not from the Empire either.
Yeah, that's what you can see. Gaston is actually, this young man who introduced
Well
himself.
groomed, by the way.
Yeah, who introduced himself. By the way, I presume you've introduced yourself, Gustav, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He introduced himself as Gustav van Heck, which, of course, to your ears, Gaston, probably sounds pretty imperial. But there's something about this man, you can't quite put your finger on it, that makes you think that he's not really an imperial. You're not sure why. Johannes, what about you? Describe yourself.
Well, I am a rather medium build, but medium height, but very thin. Young guy. My age is only 17, according to my role.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you are very young. Yes.
Dressed in very fine but very drab-looking gray, black, brown clothes. And I have a big scar on my face where I got shot in the face with an arrow.
Yeah, you have this very movie-like scar that goes through your entire, I believe it was right cheek. Yeah, it
got
looks...
it from eating pineapple if you watch the TV version of Scarface.
Yeah, it looks very well. I mean, it gives you a few years maybe, but it also makes you more manly. So yeah.
Chicks dig scars.
Yeah, chicks dig scars. Yeah, and you've introduced yourself as Johannes, I presume.
Yes.
And finally, we have
son of Reichland.
Son of Reichland, yeah. And you know, of course, Gaston, that you are currently in the province of Reichland, the heartland of the Empire, and the capital of Reichland is Altdorf, the capital of the Empire of Men. which is the actual name for the Empire, actually, just so you know. It's not a 40k reference. The Empire is officially called the Empire of Men. And finally, Gaston, you see that, those two are human, but the third one is a so-called halfling. You don't really get them often in Bretonia. You don't really have...
He says halfling, but he means higher race.
Yeah.
It's old world language for better than you.
Yeah, let's go with that. So, Mr. Better than you, describe yourself.
Salutations. Good to see you. Hi, I'm Lambert Cherryheart of the Cherryheart family out of Bonebrook. My father's... I ramble on for the next 5 minutes while you take in my appearance of a... you can't really tell the age of halflings really well. It's hard to tell if one's young or old. They stay the same pretty much the whole way until they need help walking around. At that
They
point,
look
they're
like
just
the
easy
babies
pickings
in
for...
Looney Tunes, right?
Yeah, at that point, yeah. Well, I'd say more like a Muppet
Shaving
Babies.
baby.
I'd say more like a Muppet Babies.
Okay.
But yeah, I came into this city wearing rags, more or less. But now I definitely don't look like the clothes I should be wearing. I am wearing finer, fashionable clothes by Imperial fashion. To you, they probably look stupid, but that's fine. You're from fucking Bretonia, backwards ass nation. But I've got kind of long, curly blonde hair, and yeah, I mean, I'm just like having a good time. Can I get you a glass of wine while I tell you about my brother, sister's, mother's, father's mom?
Sure.
Good. Man, I'm gonna put you to sleep.
Yeah, by the
And a
way,
few words.
while he was describing this, just so you know, Gaston, one of the serving boys of this establishment that is called, the Shepherd's Wand, brought another round of ale for the Imperials and the strange half-man, and he also brought, a jug of watered-down wine for you and a, well, decent enough goblet, of course. It's not on the level of those that you have in Bretonia, but it's probably good enough. So yeah.
I'll drink with the knights drinking.
So you are okay. So you're going to also pour yourself a measure of wine. Yes.
I won't. That wine doesn't look that good.
Ale for me, sorry.
Ale for you, of course. Yeah. So. Gaston, do you wait for the serving boy to actually... Well, he actually asks you if, sir, do you want me to pour the wine for you?
Please.
He...
Would you like to sniff the bottle cap?
Yeah.
God, what a dick.
He actually nods, and Gaston, you see for a split second that he was surprised that you answered him, actually. You guess that he probably is used to just, nods from his superiors, from his betters, and you are his better, you are a nobleman. But he, of course, enthusiastically nodded his head, and then he poured you a generous enough amount of watered-down red wine. You try it. It's something that it's what you expect from a place like this. It's not bad, but it's definitely not Bretonian. But it's certainly better probably than drinking this ale thing, this beer thing. Beer, by the way, is not huge in Bretonia.
Right.
It's only peasants drink it, and even they usually drink wine. Of course, the lowest kind, but still. While Gustav, Johannes, and Lambert, you would know that Bretonian beer is considered one of the worst in the entire old world.
Hey, Johannes.
Johannes actually said BRB, so he'll be right back. So maybe.
Hey, Gustav.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. What was your name again?
You're talking to me.
Yeah.
Gaston.
Gaston, that was it. All right, Gaston. I think I've picked up enough. I am going to. Is the serving boy still here?
No, he went inside after. Actually,
Ah,
no.
damn.
Let's say that he took a few steps back because he's not sure if Mr. Knight here won't be wanting anything else, and he's nobility, so you know.
I am going to, at my best, mimic Gaston's voice and inflection to ask the serving boy to bring me a glass of wine, uncut.
Do you have performance?
I do.
Please roll plus 10%.
I have mimic.
Okay, plus 20% then.
All right.
Nice.
Damn.
I would like to re-roll.
Sure, you use your luck.
There we go.
Hey.
Gaston, you see that the strange short man, he addressed the serving boy using a very well-made simulacra, very well-performed simulacra of your own voice. And he asked the boy to bring him more wine. You see that the boy looks at you, Lambert. He has those, huge eyes that are even bigger right now when he heard you. They're almost like saucers. And then he looks at you with this, fear in them, because he makes a very quick glance towards Gaston as if to expect that he might get angry at this.
Oh, come on. We're just putting our cards on the table of what we can all bring to this and how we can help.
Well, in that case, the boy just nods and runs inside to fetch more wine. Gaston, what are you saying to this?
I'm not offended or threatened by a halfling,
Okay, very well. That's
and I don't care.
nice.
That's a fair misjudgment to make.
All right. So you're not saying anything. What is what you're saying?
Sir Gaston.
I'm unfazed.
Sorry, come again, Andrew. What was that you were saying?
I said I'm unfazed. But
Okay, yeah. So you see that Gaston is just, he has this probably what you would call a poker face. He just looks, I guess, impassively at all of you. And now, please, Brian, you were saying something.
Forgive me, Sir Gaston. I'm not sure what our friend Fenrond explained to you, but this is essentially bodyguard work, and it seems a little bit below your status.
Well, what do you guys need a bodyguard for?
I
For what
leaned
reason?
forward and whispered, I was attacked earlier in the library, and luckily there was a wizard there that saved me, but he blew the top part of the guy's head off, or his head off his shoulders. I don't know what was left of him, but
Bottom
it's
half
getting
of his
ugly.
body.
Yeah. I make the sign of the Chilean cross when I talk about the dead guy.
And you would know that, Gaston. Shalia is popular in Bretonia. She's, of course, she's inferior when it comes to the goddess of the lake, the Lady of the Lake. But she is worshipped, especially by the lower classes, because she is goddess of mercy and of healing. And even knights give thanks to her after a victorious battle. Especially those knights who manage to survive their injuries. She's a very respectable deity in the old world. Just so you know.
Okay.
I'm just saying that, Andrew, in case you don't know. Because there's, every nation has its own pantheon. Bretonia has Lady of the Lake. The Emperor has Sigmar and Ulrich. Kislev has their bear god. But some gods are pretty universal. Mor, the god of death, Shalia, the goddess of mercy and healing, Tao and Raya, the twin gods of nature and beasts. They are practically worshipped in all of the old world, and in some cases even beyond. But usually by expats and refugees in foreign lands. So you've just heard what Gustav van Heck was said to you, Gaston. Are you saying anything else?
Yeah, I gesture to the crowd that's walking by because we're outside by the street, right?
You are near the street of the 100
Yeah.
Taverns, but you are not right next to it.
We're likely being watched right now, and it's no secret where we're holed up. But there's several different factions that want us dead. It's a lot to explain. Lambert's better with this than I am.
And he says nothing.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure if he was going to say something.
Yeah, because I
The
think that
halfling stares at you.
yeah,
and says nothing.
Lambert just I think he's also BRB. Johannes, maybe you want to chip in?
Well, we seem to have a tendency, by no fault of our own, of getting in scrapes with people, and it would be nice to just have a friend in our group that these people who try to intimidate us would maybe take a moment of pause, or maybe try to negotiate with us before because that's what we're really about. We're about solutions to problems, not causing more problems.
Right.
If that sounds
So-
reasonable to you. We are not men of violence.
All right. Well, who are these people that are against you?
Well, we're not totally sure yet, but suffice it to
Lambert's
say,
uncle wants us dead.
yeah, suffice it to say that some of them are of less savory character, people that we trusted that turned out to be, shall we say, criminals, and perhaps a ringleader of some group that would prefer that the city is in chaos. But we're gathering more information on this person as we speak.
The streets have been flooded with crimson shade. I don't know if you guys have that in Bretonia, but there's a lot of it here on the streets right now.
Sorry, Brian, what was that? The last part?
I said I wasn't sure if they have it in Bretonia, but there's a lot of it on the streets in Altdorf right now.
You can roll, Andrew, if you want. Common knowledge Bretonia minus 20%, because you're a knight and you would not know about narcotics that much. If you want. You don't have to roll if you don't want.
Your aggression enhancers, come on.
Yeah.
So what do I roll?
Well, first of all, you check if you have the skill. On your character sheet, you have skills to your right. And then there should be common knowledge Bretonia, which I think you have.
He would have had to have put it in in the advanced skill section. So if you didn't put it in, it's probably just going to be rolling on your intelligence. So you can go over to your intelligence stat and click that little what looks like a 20-sided die.
You actually
and that'll roll.
You actually have it, and I think you have
common knowledge.
Yeah, common knowledge. You have, so you roll on your basic intelligence, because common knowledge is based on your intelligence.
Okay, so go up to intelligence and hit.
Yeah, so you can either just roll D100 or you can roll from your character sheet. It's up to you.
Okay, so if I hit it on the character sheet, just hit it and it'll go.
Yeah, it automatically rolls.
It should work.
My character sheet's broken, so I actually have to manually roll.
Oh, is that why you do that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you've passed. You've passed. Very nice. And just so you know, in this game,
where did you see the result? Because I didn't even see it.
You see it. You should see it on the right side. You see the chat to the right of the map.
You have to go to the chat bubbles.
Okay. Sorry, I was in the character sheet.
No worries.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. I get it now. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in this game, how this works? You probably know this, but just in case. you need to roll below the intended number. Below the number of your stat modified by circumstances. So, for example, I can give you bonuses or I can give you penalties. In that case, 33. Well, I mean, I told you that it would be minus 20, but I will give you this roll. You've rolled well enough. So let's say that you've passed, and you had a whole. You succeeded in the roll with a single whole success. What this means is that a total of 10, a full 10 under the roll is a single success, which is important for many tests because, for example, sometimes you need to gather a few successes. I'm not sure if I'm explaining this right, but for example, if you roll 25, you wouldn't have a whole success. You would just pass the roll. But since you rolled 22, which is like minus 11 from the intended from your stat, it's like a whole single success. If you would roll 11, you would have 2 successes, and if you would roll 0, 1, you would have 3 successes. Okay. You understand what I'm trying to say, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So since you had a whole 1 success, and that's your first roll, and it's actually very good, you know that Crimson Shade is a form of narcotic. Of course, narcotics are, completely despised by the knightly caste of Bretonnia. They are, well, Bretonnians, they don't use drugs. Maybe the peasants, but even they are, decent enough to know that, say no to drugs. But you're not surprised that the Imperials are using them. They are, after all, well, Imperials, right? They are inferior in almost every way. And you've heard that the Crimson Shade is very addictive, and it actually enhances strength and aggression. And of course, it's used, mainly probably by mercenaries. Just so you know, Bretonnian knights absolutely despise mercenaries. They don't use mercenaries in Bretonnia at all. They call them whores, because anyone who has to sell his sword for a living is a prostitute, essentially. So, mercenaries use drugs, right? Criminals, stuff like that. But never good, honest noblemen. Noble people of Bretonnia.
Alright.
So that's what you know.
Is there anything else anybody else want to tell me?
Gustav, I think he was talking to you.
I'm not sure. Do you have any questions so far?
I don't think so. It seems pretty forward. And it sounds like
Yes.
somebody's gonna say something.
I'll talk then. So I'm a healer, and Johannes is an apothecary. I think we could figure out a way to concoct something to counteract the effects of it. I mean, that's for small scale, obviously, but if we can get that in the right hands, that would help. But we're trying to figure out who's behind the whole scheme. We think it's this woman named Gorina, who's holed up near the Palace of Retribution district.
But again, we're trying to. There's something strange about her. We're not quite sure that she's actually a human. We have our suspicions.
Any idea on what she might be?
No. Other than that, we have confirmation from another non-human that she may not be human.
All right.
There's something weird in her delivery of Reichspiel that stands out.
Sorry, I'm back.
I've also never met this woman. We only know about from her writings, from her letters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so if you need Mr.
I could
Cherryheart
do a-
here has.
I could do a poetry reading later if you like.
Or you can just give him a copy and he can take it to the outhouse.
God.
There's
I
a
stunned you all.
there's a club called the Golden Triangle where we believe this drug's being handed out and people are using it ritualistically or something. We're not sure, but we know where the club is. Lambert here has hired a bunch of kids to keep an eye on the district where the Palace of Retribution is, see if Garena pops her head up. But we're discussing maybe going to the area around the club tonight and see who goes in, who comes out, what they're dressed like. Maybe we'll get some ideas.
All right.
We might need to cover his armor a little bit.
I mean, like, what?
Cloak on.
Yeah. I mean, are you that attached? What?
Sorry, just so you know, Gaston, the idea of covering your armor, like Bretonnian knights are not big into stealth. They find it dishonorable, and even suggesting covering your heraldry is a huge, huge insult. Just so you know.
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
I mean, worst case, he can post up somewhere. I mean, he can't really hide this guy.
Well, I actually, that's a good point. Is that he can draw their attention, and we can we can spy on them.
Yeah, so maybe if we have a call or something, or a sound one of us would make if we need his help.
Caw!
Exactly.
Whippoorwill.
Well, you are.
Well, all this.
Yeah, sorry. Go on.
All this sounds very interesting. So I think I will help you in your quest to destroy Crimson Shade. For now.
Destroy drugs. Get drugs off the streets.
Crimson Shade
gonna
must be
clean
the
up-
name of some sort
I'm
of
gonna clean
dragon.
up Altdorf.
His
gonna
last
start
name
a
should be
dare.
he should be Gaston McGruff.
I'm gonna start a dare program.
Oh
in
my
Altdorf.
God, Gaston McGruff is really good though. What's crime dog in French?
Did
Yeah.
did the Bretonians just declare the war on drugs? The Empire?
Yes, exactly. The never-ending war on drugs.
Yeah.
Did you type it in translate?
Yeah, Chien Criminel.
That's actually
Nice.
pretty cool. Yeah, so, this strange Bretonian knight, just offered to help you. Gaston, tell me, where do you stay in Altdorf? And actually, how much money do you have?
Yes,
So I
be
guess
very transparent about your money.
So, am I supposed to basically just make up something, or am I actually supposed to have a certain amount of money? I apologize for
You
not.
roll 2d10 for gold crowns, so roll
Oh,
2d10 very
fuck.
quickly.
Roll a d10.
2d10.
Yeah,
2d10.
2d10.
You have
Nice.
10 gold crowns to your name. Remember, you are questing. You're far away from your family.
I had this guy pegged all wrong. He's
Estate.
lower class.
Yeah, you are far away from your
Ah.
family estate. That said,
Exactly.
money doesn't really matter that much for you. You could probably just visit the Bretonian embassy here, and ask for some help. But it doesn't really matter because as you were walking here with the elf, he told you that if you will agree to join this strange, slightly manic, slightly rude party, but probably interesting enough, then you'll be able to stay at the inn at the Shepherd's Wand, free of charge, and you have also free meals per day. Your horse can be stationed in a nearby stable, also paid by the elf, because you have a horse.
It's nice here, Gaston. They've got a bath, and when you buy buy use of the bath, they give you your own bar of soap.
Very nice.
So, when actually you are, when you're discussing this thing, Finrod once again emerges from the interior, and he approaches your table. He has this small stool in his left hand, places it on the ground, sits right next to you all, looks at all of you, especially at you, Gaston, and asks, "So, what do you think about this, Sir Gaston? Are you fine with those people, and do you accept the job?"
Only time will tell if I like these people, but I will accept the job.
That's a fair answer. I would expect nothing less. In that case, let me take care of moving your things from your previous inn to this one. I can arrange that. You don't have to do anything. I also prepared a single room for you, since I know that this is probably rather important to a man of your status. Anything else you want to ask me or demand from me?
Not this time.
He just nods. Very well. He then, puts his right hand into a pocket of his trousers and produces a key. Hands the key to you, Gaston. The key to your room. It's upstairs, right next to the room of Gustav, Johannes, Lambert, and Marla. You haven't met Marla yet. She is now resting, I believe. Anyway, I bid you gentlemen fair day. Call me if you need anything. And he returns to the...
Oh my God. I mean, I know Finron's really good at like kissing ass to people, like potential customers and shit, but man, he was getting between the cheeks.
So, Gaston, how do your foes know you? Do they know you for your brutality or for your mercy?
Brutality.
I set my mug down with my unfinished wine, and I just look disappointed.
He's a pacifist. It's okay. I think we can use a man of brutality for these fiends that are trying to harm us, though, Gustav. I know you abhor violence, but sometimes fire must be met with fire.
Yes, a measured response, I hope.
Yes. Sometimes one must use the hammer. Sigmar taught us that.
But he's got a sword.
Sigmar?
No, this guy.
Oh, well, yeah, but he's
also like. Can you explain that to me? There's there's the hammer, and that's the symbol of Sigmar. Is what the big guy carries. Yeah, but there's also like a rune thing for the Emperor as well. Like, what the fuck? Does he use both? That seems like it wouldn't work. It seems kind of stupid.
Well, I know you like to jest about...
I'm not trying to rustle any jimmies here.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, all the Elector Counts get their own cool sword, except us. Or do we? No. Hold up. Hey,
I would focus on the things that affect us more directly, like how all the architecture around here is about to fall over.
The mood didn't get the Runefang because the mood as a province was created after the Runefangs were created for the provinces that already existed.
Fucking Runefang Pact.
I think they have a Runefang salad tongue set.
Yeah, probably.
We got a really good pot. It's real good.
Hot pot. Yeah.
Also, I've heard tell of the half tank, and its soup cannon. That's something that we have.
Oh, soup cannon. That sounds awesome.
That's a real thing, by the way.
Sorry, Brian, come again?
Like, that's something from Old Hammer?
That's something from Old Hammer.
Yeah.
Really?
From 1992. Yeah.
Yeah, 4th edition.
Yeah, probably.
The 3rd edition.
Old Hammer to the core.
Still from 3rd edition? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't recall it, but I never played.
Yeah,
I never played much 3rd edition, but that's what I
the
started.
half tank with a soup cannon. Yeah.
I started with 5, so I wouldn't know. And I started with high elves because they were better than everyone else.
Right. They're so
4th
meta.
edition, and had my backwards ass hot beer loving Sterlingers.
Oh. Yeah. So anyway, Sen, you see that from the inside of the tavern, from the inn, 2 young men emerge and they approach your table. They bow very low to you, Sir Gaston, and they say, "Sir Bretonnian, we are tasked with bringing your things here. Do you have any instructions for us? Any specific instructions? And can we bring your horse as well?"
So these are sent by the guy that I was just speaking to,
Yeah,
right?
by Finron, the
Okay.
elf, the elven owner of this establishment.
Am I allowed to ask, should I trust these people to the party or no? Can I do things like that?
Come
Oh, you
again?
can.
If you
Does he trust? He's asking if he can ask you if he trusts them or not.
well, it's up to you. You know that you have a feeling that Finron is trustworthy enough and he's solid enough, and if those are people that he's sending, then yeah, they probably know their stuff. Bran, what was that? You were saying something?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, so someone else was saying
I was
something?
gonna say, I think if all this stuff is very important to me,
Mhm.
I'll probably just move it myself
All right. So in that
to
case,
my room.
yeah. So in that case, you're just saying to those 2 men that you do this yourself. Yes.
Yes.
You see that they're slightly disappointed. You're not sure if maybe they were hoping for a tip after after they would do the job, or maybe because they were tasked by their boss. But they of course bow even lower and say, "As you wish, Sir Bretonnian," and then they just move back inside the inn. So. It's like
So what?
quiet.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're all just kind of trying to figure this one out.
When should we head to the Golden Triangle, and how do you guys want to stake it out?
Well, what do we think? We think that most likely it's late evening, or not late. When do we think it's going to be the most active of people coming in and coming out? I would think maybe
After dark.
You would,
After
yeah,
dark, after
yeah.
supper.
Yeah, you would guess after dark.
Okay.
Most clubs in the Empire, they are usually open the whole day, but people tend to gather en masse after dark. After the whole day's work, after their duties have been done and they can just relax. So you would guess after the sun has set, or maybe even later, perhaps.
Well, so maybe we should get there just as the sun is setting, perhaps.
Yeah. Do we want to send somebody, or I know splitting the party sucks, but like, do we want to split up and have 2 people actually go in? Because we know we can get access, right? We've got an invitation.
Right. Well, that was what we were discussing last time. Is we know that we have an invitation, but that we actually need someone
Yeah.
who's a member to usher us in with the invitation,
Yep.
and that's what we don't have yet.
Have invitation, but if you're not part of the club, or if you're not vouched for by a member of the club, you usually can get in. That said, Gustav, Johannes, Lambert, roll intelligence test.
Yeah.
Not you, Gaston, but
Oh, just me. Intelligence
no,
test.
Johannes, Lambert, and Gustav. You free roll intelligence.
Where is it?
I have no idea.
No, Andrew, you don't have to roll.
Yeah, boy.
Gustav passed. Johannes didn't pass.
Yeah, boy.
Lambert and Gustav, you look at Sir Gaston, and you think that perhaps he might be getting, easier time getting inside. He might be having easier time getting inside.
He is an oddity.
He is a noble, first of all.
And an oddity.
Yes, an oddity. And he's from outside of the Empire, and from what you've gathered, the Golden Triangle is a club for explorers, for people who are fascinated with distant lands.
I am also from outside the Empire.
Yeah.
Technically.
Keep telling yourself that.
He's LA.
In a way.
In a way, yeah.
I could... it could just be me and Gaston that go in. And Johannes and Gustav that scope it out.
That would sort of be like we were all together, I guess, because we're all going to the same place. What do you think, Gustav, having been assaulted when you were on your own? What are you most comfortable with? Because I have a feeling that we could also just pretend that we're servants.
We could. I could be.
You're going
his
to pretend to
physician.
be a servant of a halfling? That's bold.
No, I was talking the foreigner.
But if everyone knows that Bretonians are against drugs, why would you send me in?
I'm not
You
sure
know, I'd be
everyone
able
knows
to get
that.
in.
You know that maybe, but
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
no,
think-
you know that, Andrew. You know that,
So
I mean,
the
and-
club doesn't know.
what I'm saying is that your character believes that. It doesn't. It's not necessarily true. Probably Crimson Shade out of game, like out of character, is popular in Bretonia. Almost, it's almost as popular as in the Empire. You remember, Bretonian knights, they have this vision of reality that they believe in. Vision that they are the only just people in the world, and that they are the only pure people in the world, and
So you get to enjoy the pure, uncut cocaine. Yeah,
yeah, exactly that. So that's how you can RP your character. That you can create your own version of reality.
So this is more like PCP.
Yeah, which has zero relation to the actual reality itself, right? Because who knows? Maybe Crimson Shade is even probably even some of the Bretonian knights are using it, right?
Right.
Could-
Well, I'm worried if I
Could
go
we
in
get
there
in as
with
servants?
Get off your extremely high horse.
Not everyone at the same time. Andrew, you were saying something. Sorry.
if I go in there with this drunk halfling, how do I know he's not gonna get high on some Crimson Shade?
What? Dude, have we not told him what the fuck is going on?
I'm just messing.
Have we not told him what my fucking uncle is doing? That piece of shit. I just go on a fucking rant. And, I don't know if you're that fluent in Reichspiel, but you're gonna hear some words you haven't heard.
Yeah, the halfling essentially just explodes into this profanity-laced rant about his fucking uncle, who's a piece of shit and who's just a bastard, and he's in league with the people who are distributing this drug in the
Peddling this
Empire.
shit.
Yeah, that he's a drug trafficker himself. The uncle, of course, not Lambert.
Not me.
Yeah,
Right.
that that he slapped him in the face like a little bitch. Sorry for that. No, No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, but he did slap him, and that sucked. And that he really wants to bring his uncle down and bring the whole network down. And probably it takes like 3 to 5 minutes, if I would guess. If I would have to guess, right, Lambert?
Yep.
Yeah. And yes, Gaston, you've just learned quite a few new, very impressive
Colorful.
and colorful invectives. Swear words.
All right.
Yeah. So
no, I won't do the drugs.
Well, it makes me feel a little bit better now.
that's important.
Yeah, I can imagine. Only a little bit better. You're still in the company of a fucking halfling. My bad.
Well, I don't know any of you guys. So.
Oh.
And some people are touchy.
Man, do I need to... I need to adjust my gratitude. My bad.
Attitude?
Gratitude?
Okay.
So we both go in, and then what else are we gonna do? What are we gonna do once we get in there?
That's a good question, actually.
We never decide that. Like, we never have a plan for this part of.
Yeah, this is
Anything.
the
Like,
wing
yeah, we're
it
gonna
stage.
sneak in, and then once we're in, we're like, oh shit.
Are we
Yeah, we're
gonna
in
try
the-
to purchase some drugs, or are we gonna just kind of get some information?
We need intel.
Yeah, this isn't really
we-
a bust. We don't have any authority.
Yeah, we're just trying to find out information. So essentially, what we would like to do is to find out who is responsible for the upsurge in Crimson Shade being available on the streets of our fair city, our fair capital.
Okay.
You, by the way, know, Andrew, that, of course, being Bretonnians and Imperials are allies, essentially. There are minor skirmishes, border skirmishes from time to time, but they never really explode into an, all-out war.
All-out war.
So, even though, of course, Bretonnians think of the Imperials as, uncivilized, barbaric, ruled by their middle class, completely dishonorable. Even their knights are dishonorable, and they use black powder weapons. And the Imperials believe that Bretonnians are uptight, snooty, just arseholes who treat their peasants like slaves. And they did say no to Sigmar when he offered the ancient tribe of Bretonnia a place at his table. So that's even worse. The two nations are allies, if rivals to some extent, of course. Just if you're just wondering, about how to treat your fellow Imperial.
Right.
Yeah. So, but you are still sitting outside. The ale is gone, the wine is gone, the bus is pretty pleasant enough. It's still afternoon. You know where the club is. I mean, you would be able to get there, but how to get there is something completely different. And I propose like a few minutes break, maybe, and then we'll be right back.
Sounds good. All right.
Okay.
Man, it's good to finally get to the light at the end of the tunnel on that Wraith Knight.
Oh yeah.
I've been working on that thing for like a week now.
Mm.
I'm halfway done with Bellacore.
Nice.
Gotta do some touch-up stuff on it.
The head.
Obviously
the
not
head.
painting to your standard. So.
Oh well, no, you're still good. The head on this Wraith Knight's just a real bitch. Like doing flat panels in Eldar kind of sucks when you're playing stuff like a Laytok where it's got to be like yellow. So
Yeah.
like the head on the Xathrodox Wraith Knight is mostly flat. I can't cheat it like I can with the regular Wraith Knights. I've probably done like 9 or 10 layers on the head.
Jeez. Yeah. See, I don't even do anything like that. I just paint.
But I mean, everything's basically painted separately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got the lower change built. Just have to prime it and get that started.
Oh, you got one?
Yeah.
Did you build it as Kairos or as just a basic?
Just a lower change. Yeah. I mean, I figured most of the games I play, if I wanted to run them as Kairos, no one's gonna care, anyways. But
yeah,
I'm not playing in tournaments. I just like this build better. Like
yeah.
looks.
My buddy Lucas just ordered. I'll send you a link for it. It's a recaster.
Oh yeah.
But he just ordered a Cabanda from that.
Take your word for it.
Let me look that up. Or no, I'll just search corn. That'll work better. Is it Cabanda? The fuck is that dude's name? Oh well, I can't remember it.
Yeah, I've only ordered.
Cabanda, that's it.
Okay.
He's the big bad bloodthirster that Sanguinius fought in the Horus Heresy.
Okay. Cool.
He's a really cool looking bloodthirster. No, I'll send you a link. I got the kit for the Scathic from this place.
Where is it located?
Ukraine.
Okay, yeah, I'd rather buy from
Yeah, no.
Ukraine than,
Good luck buying anything from Russia, man.
Yeah. Well, remember that one place you
Yeah, Dark
had
Miniatures.
me? Yeah.
Yeah, they're fucked. There you go. I sent you the link. I think I was looking at some Nurgle stuff, anyways.
Yeah. Any you have any thoughts on the old world? Think you're gonna try to do any of that?
I'm gonna dig out my greenskins and probably start repainting a lot of it.
I'm hoping that I can just run my demon army like on some tray adapters or something.
It
I
depends
don't want
on
to
how they're doing
rebase
that.
everything.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think for casual games, I don't think anyone's gonna care. You know.
Well, I think you
But
could
like
just get some tray adapters.
Yeah. Because I'm definitely not gonna rebase all these on Square. I mean, unless like I just only start playing that game, you know.
Depending on, so like I think they're going to have like most of the original range of the Empire is going to be re-released, and they're going to do some updates because the original range of the Empire isn't that old. I mean, the last time they did a range update for most of the Empire was like 2011. That's not that long ago, in Warhammer standards. So like I might do just a remake of my old Stirland army, not to the fucking massive bullshit I had before, but I'll probably just do like a small game portion amount, like a patrol.
Yeah. Well, I know they're only going to have like PDF rules for demons. It's not part of the main storyline for now.
It's not part of the main four. Yeah, because it's set during Magnus the Pious, so that's demons.
I know, but demons are always in existence, pretty much, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so I don't know why they haven't included them. Probably because they know that they're already making money off of demons and other game systems. So.
Oh man, this place has a lot of the old World Empire shit. Oh fuck, get some Ironsides. Oh man, they've got the Marienburg landship in here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm so tempted to just get that for the meme. Oh, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. The many that originally got me into Warhammer, I've never owned, and that's the Empire War Wagon.
Nice.
The old one. I don't think they ever updated it until like the RTS.
Yeah, it was Skaven for me, but like I only had one like rat battalion thing, like when I was in middle school. I haven't had any since.
Oh, why is it so small? All right, I want to see a big one. I want to see a big old one. No, I don't need safe search. Give me the fucking picture. There we go. Yeah, sure, we'll save the image. Boom. Alright, I'm just gonna link this in the Discord, because this model really sums up like a lot of the character that I loved about Warhammer Fantasy. It's just... Oh no, that's you. I gotta do this to the actual group.
How long do these games usually last on average?
There
How long
you
do
go.
you guys play?
Till about 3 o'clock.
4 hours.
3:30. So about.
Yeah,
4
I think
hours.
it's like 3. So is it 4 hours? I thought it was 3 hours.
11:30 to 3:30 usually for me. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm going by my local time.
Yeah.
It's fine. Everybody want to say where they're from?
Oh, I'm in Phoenix, Arizona.
Cool.
I'm in Raleigh.
Cool.
Raleigh where?
North Carolina.
Carolina.
There's a lot of Raleighs.
Are there really?
Dude, if I say I'm from like Madison, I can name 6 different
Sure.
Madisons.
Or Greenville. There's a lot of
Yeah.
Greenville.
Not Springfield.
I'm pretty sure there's 2. Hold up, let me see here.
There's more Birminghams too.
Yeah,
There's probably another Phoenix somewhere too. It could be. I
I'm
wouldn't be
sure there is.
surprised.
Phoenix, Arizona.
There's Phoenix City, right, in Alabama, right? Michael?
there's Memphis in Alabama, and then there's Memphis in Tennessee, and they're less than 3 hours away from each other.
Right.
Yeah, we have a Birmingham, Alabama, Birmingham, Connecticut, Birmingham, Indiana,
There's Michigan.
Birmingham County, Indiana, Birmingham, Iowa, Birmingham, Kansas, Birmingham, Kentucky, and Birmingham, Michigan.
I'm here. Sorry. Everyone here?
I believe so.
Okay. So,
All right, so to answer Brian real quick, Brian, here's how many other Raleighs there are: Florida, Georgia, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Mississippi, North Dakota, North Carolina. There's a lot. All right.
Well, who says like, oh, I'm from Raleigh? Yeah, the one in Florida.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
from Raleigh, Iowa.
Duh.
what's a Raleigh?
Raleigh is where it's the city I'm in. It's Raleigh,
Oh.
North Carolina.
Okay, okay.
Like it's like Sir Walter Raleigh.
You got a good museum of natural science. You got a park called Pullin. That's got to be about masturbating.
Okay. So, just to recap, you are still sitting outside the Shepherd's Wand, discussing what to do with the Golden Triangle Club. And for now,
So yeah, we just
Yeah.
So I think that's where we left it. Is that we just wanna try to figure out where this where these drugs are coming from, who's responsible, and how we find them and break this up. Since you were asking, we're not trying to buy drugs so much as just
Right. Just get info.
Yeah.
Try to
So
figure out who's responsible.
So what's the plan then?
Well, it sounds like the halfling and the knight here are going to go in, and you and I are going to take detailed notes of everyone who enters and exits the club.
What part of town was this in again?
the club,
A
southern,
Yeah,
not
south.
shitty one.
somewhere here, maybe
Yeah.
here, maybe,
Close to
Okay.
the wall.
maybe here. Yeah, close to the southern part of the wall.
Oh, near the Temple of Shalia, though, right? Sort of. That part of town.
Well,
Sure.
relatively speaking.
Okay.
Temple of Shalia. Let me quickly see.
That's number 8.
Yeah, it's close enough. The Temple of Shalia is closer to the Imperial Palace.
It's off the butt plug statue square.
Yeah. Yep.
Sorry.
No worries, no worries.
I'm guessing that's a statue of Sigmar.
Probably.
Who's a Carl Franz.
He is a real butt plug.
Yeah, shaped like a butt plug. Only in the Empire. Also, just so you know, Gaston, since your time in Altdorf, you've discovered one interesting thing about the city. You've heard that it has something to do with the, presence of the so-called Codex of Magic. Is that sometimes, well, actually more often than sometimes, the layout of the streets changes. So one day you might be walking, to your destination, you know how to get there, but the next day your destination is in a completely different place, and the streets just don't take you there anymore, and you need to ask directions. About directions. From what you've gathered, the native Altdorfers, they seem to, cope with this rather well, and they've like got accustomed to it. But people from the outside, who visit Altdorf and tend to stay here, it can take weeks, maybe even months, before they actually, manage to get the hang of this strange, probably, arcane phenomena. So yeah, that's why so many people actually hire guys when in Altdorf. Usually streetwise street kids, or people who just know their way around this city. Right.
All right, shall we then? I mean,
Well, who's gonna do the talking?
man,
Both of us?
it's not. Yeah, I can trust you. Here. Let me tell you something, buddy. You're not that guy.
So you're gonna do the talking?
Yeah.
All right.
I might not understand your accent. It's okay.
That's fair, man.
Wear what I'm currently wearing, I guess, would be the best option.
I'll switch into my my best quality clothing that I caught.
So we go upstairs. Only you, Lambert, or Johannes, Gustav, you also decide to change clothes?
I'm gonna go upstairs. I got a little bit of accounting to do real quick.
Okay, you also go upstairs. Johannes, what about you?
I'm still wearing my fancy clothes because that was the whole deal that we waited for
Yeah.
a day was to get these fucking things.
Yeah, I remember. So you are staying downstairs with Gaston, who's sitting at the table, just looking around with probably slight interest, or maybe disinterest. Who knows? Gaston, what do you think about all of this? What are your thoughts?
Curious to see how this goes.
Okay. Yeah, let's also remember that you've probably you left your horse at your previous inn that you were staying in, and I presume that with your on you have your sword, your shield, dagger, probably money, but I would guess that the blanket or something else you would left at your place, right?
Right.
Okay. Gustav and Lambert, you go upstairs.
Yo.
Marla is sleeping, snoring loudly, just taking a break. You guys change into your fancier clothing. Do you also take the invitation?
Yes, we're gonna need that.
Okay.
Does it
That's
say who
more-
the invitation is from?
Come again? Sorry.
Does the invitation have who is inviting us?
No, actually, it's just an invitation to the club. There is no name. There is no address. But it's.
Does it look official?
Official enough. Just so you know, Andrew, usually if you guys are split, you can't really ask for things that your character doesn't see. So for example, if you're downstairs and the guys are upstairs,
Okay.
The same with, for example, communicating. In combat, communication in Warhammer is often takes a whole action, unless you're saying a few words. Just FYI, it's not a big deal, but I tend to stick to it. But to answer your question, to Lambert and Gustav, yeah, the invitation looks very official, looks very authentic. Like I said, the paper is of excellent quality. It's actually, parchment.
Vellum.
Yeah, vellum. It has this gold leaf motif and, very fancy style, of course, of handwriting. This is not a printed invitation. So yeah, it looks posh enough.
I mean, I'm waiting on others to put their input here.
Mhm. So I presume that after you guys change into your clothes, you go downstairs. Gaston, you see that both Lambert and Gustav, they look definitely better. Like, you know, their clothes are more expensive, um, more decent looking than your usual street, street trash.
I put 20 gold back in my hiding spot
Okay.
in the room.
Mm-hmm. Under the floorboards, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, so when you go downstairs, you all meet once again at the table. Johannes, you also see that your friends have switched into something much more decent, much more good looking. And you also present the invitation, I guess, to everyone, right? Or not? I don't know.
I mean, it's big boy's call here. I
mean,
can't be the only one talking.
Yeah, that's it. Because for now,
I cannot be the only one here that's talking.
Yeah, you guys for now just sit in silence. So, Andy,
no.
don't.
I will find a new crew with a new knight to hang out with to go to the golden pantry. If you guys won't fucking start talking.
Yeah, Andrew, don't be afraid to to talk more. Like it's all fine. Remember.
Okay.
I thought that was the plan. Is that Gaston will be the one presenting the invitation, and you will be his
guide.
Yeah, his +1. or his guide. There you go.
All right, so you're my guide. I'm going to present the invitation, but you're going to do the talking once we get in there.
Yes, because you are a foreign. I'm going to say a lot of things that you're not going to pick up on. Okay.
All right.
All right. When we get there. Right now, we're still talking.
Yeah. But I guess that if you guys want, you can just get up and start walking towards your intended destination, right?
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Gustav?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave the. Or no, I'm gonna bring the quarterstaff with me.
Okay, so you're taking quarterstaff with you. Gaston, you are just taking what you have on you, so your armor, your heraldry, and your weapons.
Yeah, a sling is not hard to hide, and a dagger is probably going to be when they ask me to relieve my weapons. I will hand them my dagger.
Yeah, I mean everyone in the old world, carries some sort of knife usually. So,
but I doubt they'll be so intrusive as to take a foreign knight's sword, the symbol of his house, from him.
Probably not, but you're not really sure because you don't know much about this club. That's the thing. However, you get up from the table and you go down the street towards the south of Altdorf. You go out on one of the larger streets, which connects with the with one of the larger bridges connecting to the two sides of the city, northern and southern. The eastern side of Altdorf, that's mainly information for you, Gaston, is considered the poor quarter, the place where most refugees gather and where the most dangerous place as well. There's lots of poverty there, lots of crime. Fortunately, of course, you don't have to stay there, and you've never visited this place. You're crossing the bridge to the other side, and very quickly, I mean, from every single place in the city, you can practically see the spires of the Imperial Palace, the seat of the Emperor Karl Franz, who, as I've mentioned before, has not yet returned from the north, as well as the mighty dome of the Cathedral of Sigmar, the head of the whole religion of the Hammer God. almost immediately once you enter the bridge, you know, there are lots of guards. There are lots of guards here who are taking the toll, and they actually, you know, sometimes sometimes you can slip past them. Actually, usually you can slip. Most of the times you can slip past them because there are so many people that it's simply impossible for them to take money from everyone. If they would try to do this, then the bridges would be just clogged. There wouldn't be any traffic through them. But now they actually almost got you. Like they almost wanted to take the fee from your group. That said, they saw Gaston. They saw his heraldry. You know, they saw his bearing, and you see that.
Thought better of it.
Yeah, and you see that you know, the face of the leading man, probably the sergeant of this patrol. You know, there is a slight grimace on it. He let you go, and you just hear from behind your back, "You there! Congratulations! You are paying extra fee today for the glory of the Empire. Now, let me see. How many legs do you have? Because you know that in the Empire, usually you, when crossing the bridge, you pay for you pay a certain amount of money for each leg, which of course sometimes means that if you have horse or if you're riding a horse, you can even pay for 6 legs. That said, you've crossed the bridge without any problems, and you came to the other side. Very quickly, of course, you've entered through the between the larger, well, like better built buildings than near the Street of 100 Taverns. You know, most buildings in Altdorf are a few stories high, at least 2 most of the time, sometimes even 5. And given the fact that you know, there's never enough land here for making the city bigger, the buildings tend to get bigger over time. Additional stories are added to the existing buildings, and very often in a completely different architectural style than the previous ones. This, coupled with the fact that there are so many cultures living here, you know, not only Imperials, but Bretonnians, Arabians, Tileans, Estalians, Kislevites, makes this city sometimes just, you know, bizarre to look at. Like a single building can be built in like 3 different architectural styles. Not only that, but since Altdorf has been built on a swampy terrain, the ground is rather soft, and the buildings tend to sag slightly, and they tend to also tilt. So very often, even in better places like this one, like this part of the city, you are constantly walking in shadow, because the buildings over you, they just, you know, they sometimes almost touch roofs. Which coupled with the huge amount of people on the streets currently, and even before the war, makes for a rather claustrophobic experience. You know, sometimes you have this feeling that you are in a hive of some sort, like in an ant's nest maybe, with just thousands of people going back and forth, you know, in different directions, and you're just getting caught in this mass of humanity and non-humans, of course, as well. You're crossing the Great Platz before the Great Square before the Imperial Palace, of course, one of the most important places in Altdorf itself. And the Palace of the Emperor is a impressive, majestic building. It's not a single building per se. It's just, you know, just a whole complex of
impressive collection of buildings.
Yes, of buildings. With its spires just shooting high into the sky over Altdorf. I don't need to tell any of you that this area is very heavily patrolled, not only by the best guards that, you know, that Altdorf has,
but also the Reichsguard.
Yeah, but Gaston, you also see that, you know, regular patrols of knights, of Imperial knights. Mainly from the famous the Emperor's personal bodyguard. they patrol this area either on foot or from the horseback, looking sternly at everyone that comes near them. And more often than not, you saw that they were let's just say that they made people near them go away very fast. And sometimes even with a kick from the armor boot to the face, if they thought that someone got way too close for comfort. You don't know why they're doing this. Maybe it's because they think they're better than them. Maybe it's because some of them may have just returned from the war and the war changed them. You're not sure. But it's clear to you that the Reichsguard, they're not fucking around, and it's probably better to avoid their attention. Eventually, after probably almost an hour and a half of walking through Altdorf, you reach the southern part, and this is the better part of the city as well. The buildings here are... There are many, like, good neighborhoods here. Good neighborhoods with mansions surrounded by high stone walls. Good neighborhoods with multi-storied buildings that are actually straight and built in a single architectural style, with wide streets, parks, inns and taverns and clubs that are very expensive, or at least more expensive than your usual inn in the old world. People here they look healthier, they look well fed, and women are fair and beautiful. Men are well built, or too well built, if you catch my meaning. By that, of course, I mean that they're fat. Dressed in very expensive clothing, often with bodyguards, if we are talking about nobility or the higher high-end merchant class. And you are just making your way through this area. Fortunately, you're not standing out. Gustav, Johannes, and Lambert, you are all dressed well in your good quality clothing. Given the fact that you've been living relatively well at Finron's place, you also don't look like beggars. While, of course, Gaston, well, he can be mistaken for, he couldn't be mistaken for a commoner, or for example, for a mercenary knight. It's clear that this man is nobility, and that he has good blue blood inside him. You are searching for the Golden Triangle Club, probably asking a few people the exact directions, because you know where it is, but it's almost always you have to ask at the end for a place that you've never been in. Remember this, you don't have GPS here, you don't have Google Maps, or even the street signs are not that common in the old world, or if they are usually old and faded, and you can't really read them anymore. But eventually you're standing in front of a high wall, almost 6 meters tall. It's topped with this with these golden spikes, very beautifully made, clearly a creation of a master metal worker. The wall itself is also in excellent condition, but what's behind that wall is what interests you. It is a large villa, 3 stories high, and built almost like some kind of a defensive building. It looks more like a small castle than an actual living place. You really only see the upper floor and the red tiled roof with multiple chimneys, launching great stacks of black dark smoke into the air. And there's a gate in front of you. two-wing gate, very high, with this like metal scroll built into it. With and on the scroll, of course, on the metal scroll there is an inscription made like cast from silver. The golden triangle. Actually, sorry, not the golden, just golden triangle. Above the scroll, right above it, is a very simple, but also very well made symbol of, well, a golden triangle. You guess that maybe it's even made from gold, from real actual gold. 4 guards are standing in front of the gate. And there is a small, like, servant door built into the wall to the left of it. The guards, of course, are not city guards. And by that I mean soldiers of the garrison of Altdorf, because Karl Franz, even before the war, he decided that given the amount of corruption, practically all of the city guard regiments in the empire will be made from the actual state troopers, soldiers of the imperial army. Unfortunately, it didn't really help with the corruption itself, but it certainly made, soldiers patrolling the streets of even smaller imperial cities, well, they make an impression. It doesn't, like, sometimes you get your normal city guards because there are not enough, especially now there are not enough troopers for, to cover every single place in the empire. But those guys in front, they have this green, blue, and golden heraldry on them. They are armed with long halberds, swords at their hips, half-plate armor, and you see that one of them, probably their leader, also has 2 pistols tucked behind his belt. And he looks older and more gruff than the others. And they are standing like statues, essentially. They are like, all business, no nonsense. What are you guys doing?
Well, I thought that Gustav and I were going to hang back across the street somewhere where we're not in their direct line of sight, but maybe off to their peripheral,
Keep
so we can see.
walking. Look like we're a separate group that was just walking behind them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
And then post it where we can see the door.
Yeah.
Actually, so you say there's one side that has like a servant's door? Or is it just off to the side?
It's not
Or is it
servant's
around the
door.
corner?
You would know that this is a door for people who want to enter.
Like a booth, you mean,
yeah,
or
yeah, it's like a booth, but the booth is built into the wall, and you even see
Okay.
that the small window is covered by iron grate. Like I said, this whole place gives you very strong defensive, vibe. Yeah. So yeah, of course, let's say that you're in 2 different groups: Gaston and Lambert, one group; Johannes and Gustav, second group.
Huh?
Huh?
All right.
So probably
Take it away, guys. Actually going inside.
yeah, Gustav, Lambert.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
Gaston,
we got
Lambert.
Yeah. We're gonna go.
Okay, so you're approaching the gate. Tell me, are you approaching the guards, or are you making your way straight to the booth?
I need to, I guess, do a perform check to look the part.
Probably yes.
A guide to a noble. I puff out my chest a little bit and stand straighter than I usually would.
You're rolling.
And-
You're rolling on basic for this.
Basic fellowship.
Yeah. For these guys, it should be enough. Inside, if you're going to interact with actual nobles, well, it might be a bit trickier.
There we go.
Yeah, you've passed. Very nice. Whole 1 success plus the basic success, of course.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, I think it should be 2 successes. For some reason, it only counted 1. 51, 61. Yeah. It's,
It only ever counts 1 success for me.
okay. So yeah, but you have
Any
2.
roll.
You have 2 because like 41, 51, 61. Yeah. So you have 2 successes plus the basic success for passing the test. So what? You're approaching the booth? Yes.
I am approaching the booth.
As you're approaching the booth, you see that the small window that's covered by the iron grate actually has like a smaller window built into it, and the smaller window opens. Inside, you see a lanky, older man in spectacles, and he has a cap similar to the one that Gustav is actually wearing. Like the same style, honestly. But as you are making way to the window, you can immediately feel his eyes on you. Same with you, of course, Gaston. You approach the window and you hear from inside. It's like gloomy there. You hear, "Yes, how can I help you?"
I take a deep bow and then present the invitation and say, whilst I have been showing my lord Gaston around the city this day, we stopped for refreshments at a fine establishment near the city's university, where we were presented with an invitation to this club, as many of the patrons here would like to discuss my lord's homeland.
Your lord's homeland, I see. Well, the invitation is in order, but I presume that your master is from Bretonia, yes?
Yes.
Well, let me see one thing, and you see he produces a large ledger from under the desk that he's sitting at. Opens the book.
I turn around to Gaston and loud enough that the guy behind the counter could probably hear it. Is, "It's okay, sir. This is just normal procedure for clubs in the city."
Thank you.
Yeah, you hear the man just mumbling from inside. Yes, and he he moves through the pages, licking his finger every time he has to what's the word? Not pass the page, but turn the page. Yeah, turn the page. So you hear this rather unpleasant sound. Eventually, he closes the ledger. He looks at you, Lambert, and says, "Well, I'm sorry, but there seems to be no mention about inviting anyone from the land of the Lady of the Lake.
Are you
Yes.
Are you saying that your patrons would have no interest in talking to one of the knights of that far-flung realm?
Well, I didn't say that, sir. I'm just saying that.
And that the invitation that we bring is not valid. We were handed this invitation.
By whom you were handed this invitation, if I ask, sir?
I am going to lie through my teeth, but I'm going to try and do it convincingly.
Well, tell me how do you want to lie, and given your answer, I will either give you bonus or penalty.
All right, 1 sec.
Oh yeah, there was this guy, Karl Franz, he said that Bretonians are really cool and that we should let this guy in. I mean,
okay.
if you would roll 0-1, that would probably work.
I am going to say, I did not catch the gentleman's name, but he told me he was one of the Jade Order, and that I would be most welcome in this club to discuss the particulars, or for my lord to discuss the particulars of his nation and where he hails from. to turn us away after this could, I mean, we will go back to speak to him on this matter. It can't be good for this club to lose such reputation over such a minor insight.
That's pretty good. I can give you plus 10% for that.
All right, and this is charm.
It is charm indeed.
Well, hold up. 1 second. Well, shit. All right, I don't have anything to add to my charm test, so oh well. All right. Well, guys, I got to get under a 67. It's easy.
Nice. Very nice.
No problem.
Yeah, you're telling that to the man. You're saying, about the Jade Order, stuff like that. Just so we are clear, Gaston, you're not adding anything, right? You're just standing there letting your servant talk.
Correct, for now.
Yeah. Johannes and Gustav, you are meanwhile, on the other side of the street, standing probably near one of the very fancy-looking street lamps. That is, of course, at this time of day, there's no fire burning in it. You see that Lambert is doing what he does best. When you say this to the man, Lambert, he you can see that he raises one eyebrow. He once again goes through the last few pages of the ledger.
I cross two fingers behind my back while looking like I'm waiting patiently.
Sure. Then he just sighs. Very well. Please wait here for a few minutes. I need to speak with someone, and
Speak with your manager.
yeah. Can I talk to your manager, please?
I'm gonna go full Karen on here if you don't bring me your manager.
And I'll be right back with you. And with that, he gets up, and you see that he opens a small door leading to the courtyard of this manor house. Even through the grated, slightly dusty window, you can see that the interior is very nice. Like, it has this look of those old English or French gardens with the with very well trimmed hedges, flower banks, stuff like that. Looks incredibly expensive, of course. And I mean, you basically saw that through the huge, gate leading inside, which, even though it's closed, you can see through the through the bars. Yeah, you are waiting. Lambert, Gaston, do you want to discuss anything? You have a feeling that it will take at least like 2, maybe 3 minutes for this man to return.
I mean, Gaston, you're free to talk if you so choose, but I'm not asking you to lie, because lying would not be good chivalry thing. I don't know anything about your homeland. But I am asking you to abstain from telling the truth of our visit.
Right. Works for me.
Very good.
All right. Johannes and Gustav, meanwhile, do you guys want to do anything?
You go ahead.
As I say, we scribble down everything we see in our notebook.
You have a notebook?
Well,
I do.
In my backstory, I do, but I don't know that I actually do. That's a good question.
Okay. Well, I mean, so my question is, Gustav, do you actually write down anything?
No, I don't think we need to write it.
Okay, that's a good call, because that would be very... Yeah, that would certainly be something. 2 guys standing in front of one of the most expensive clubs in Altdorf just writing shit down.
It's beat poetry.
Yeah.
I do have a suspicion, though, that we're not the only ones that are watching the entrance to this place. And so instead of watching the entrance, I want to see if anybody, if there's anybody else that's staked out. You know what I mean? Because
So roll me a perception test minus.
Who watches the Watchmen?
Yeah, who watches the Watchmen? I don't remember how what it was in Latin, but I remember that. Qui custodis something.
Yeah.
Um,
Yes.
yeah.
You
58.
mean, in classical, right?
Street
like
Latin,
spiel.
yeah, in classical, right? No, in classical, classical in Warhammer Fantasy is essentially is Latin.
Is
I use the
Latin.
luck.
Yeah, you've used the luck 7, very well.
Damn.
And let me quickly roll one thing. You have classical Johannes, by the way, or not? I think you probably should have, given your.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Actually, that's the other thing that what's his nuts Gustav wants to learn from me.
Yeah. So tell me, Gustav. You've passed very well, and I've rolled really badly. Now tell me, Johannes, do you also want to roll or not? For
I
perception?
will assist. Even though he doesn't need it.
you can't assist in something like that. Not in this.
I can't.
not
Okay,
in this
I'll
role.
roll. I'll roll my perception. Sure.
I mean,
why not?
in
Oh,
most cases
Hey,
you
if you
can
want,
assist.
I just have the idea.
Yeah.
Huh?
In most cases, you can assist, but not in this case. Okay. Yeah, Johannes, you are trying, to also spot maybe some other people who are observing this whole place, but you failed. That said, Gustav, you see that down to your right, like maybe 4 buildings to your right, from like a side alley, which in this place side alleys are, they're not like those gutter alleys of Eastern Side or even of of the place that you're staying in. So very tight, narrow, claustrophobic. They're more like side streets. But there's someone standing there, hugging the corner, in a dark, shadowy place, dressed in a long cloak with a hood over their head, and I mean, someone who's staking out the place. They are staking out this club. They are looking very much, extremely suspicious to you, to anyone who would spot them. But for some reason, only you spotted them. No one else seemed
Must
to
be real
be.
special.
No one else seems to be noticing them. That said, they are, to your eye, they are making good enough job of keeping a low profile.
I'm gonna nudge Johannes with my elbow and kind of gesture.
Ow! Your elbows are sharp.
Yep. So you've been nabbed,
What?
Johannes.
Yeah.
Yeah, check this out.
Where? What?
I nod my head in the direction of the guy.
Mm-hmm. Or Garo, you're not sure. You're not sure if it's
Yeah.
him or her.
So I take a look. So it's somebody in a cloak.
Yeah, it's somebody like you only see half of their silhouette, emerging from the corner of this side street, side alley. They are dressed in long, dark cloak with a hood over their face, and right next right on this corner there are like a few wooden crates and barrels left there, probably belonging to a nearby drinking and eating establishment, and they are using this pile to practically be as well covered as possible. But you spotted them, Gustav. You see them, and now that you see them too, Johannes, you can clearly see that they are observing the club, the main gate, and almost certainly Lambert and Gaston.
What are your thoughts?
That's very intriguing. I don't know how we get closer to them without giving ourselves away, but we definitely maybe we should turn our focus mostly to this person and see what they do.
Are these like square city blocks, kind of?
Not,
that kind of layout?
not city blocks, but square houses, square, larger buildings. Yeah, the buildings here, when it comes to architecture and design and the quality of build, they are well made. They are or like made in a proper, not shoddy way. Like I said, the distance space between them is large enough that it's actually pretty hard to hide between two buildings. The street that you are standing on is very wide. At least two large carts could pass one another on the street. This is essentially a thief's nightmare. This place is those kind of districts are built deliberately this way because it's very hard to break into buildings here. It's very hard to hide here, to stay undetected. That's why those kinds of districts are very safe. But also, but also why the guards are very, very, very suspicious of anyone not matching the type of people living here. Go ahead, Brian. Sorry.
Would it be feasible for one of us to go like around the block and come?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Is like, are you intending to go around the block?
Yes.
And get it from the other side?
I mean, not a single block, because remember, they are like, I think I said like 3 buildings or 4 buildings down the road. Yeah, of course. But if you want to sneak up on them, you need to make oppose stealth test.
I don't want to sneak up on them so much as I want to prevent them from fleeing that way.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so you want to find the side alley in which they are standing and like hide on the other side. Yes.
Yeah, and just like pin them in the middle so we can talk to them without them running away.
Okay. What about you, Johannes? In that case.
Well, I guess that plan leaves me standing here by myself.
Okay.
Well, no, I mean let's discuss this real quick. I'm not like just trying to run off and do this.
Yeah. I mean, I presume that you are talking about this, guys. You are discussing this between you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of shit. What could I be doing though? Standing there, if I'm by myself, because 2 of us standing there talking to each other is one thing. Me standing there by myself, my thumb up my ass is a whole nother thing.
You have a pipe or something?
I do not. That's what I was just thinking.
What a shame.
I was just, yeah.
I'm not a smoker.
Yeah, standing around smoking is totally legit. Yeah, it's like I wish I had some dice or something.
You could always just pretend to be drunk and sort of stumbly.
Being a drunk in a place like that or playing dice in a place like that by yourself is very suspicious.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to so I'm essentially we're standing under a street lamp that's not lit yet.
Yeah, because this place is also very well lit during the night because there are street lamps here.
I am going to be pacing around or standing around the street lamp and muttering bits of poetry. And if anybody asks me, I'm waiting to meet a fair maiden to tell her sweet nothings.
Okay, nice.
Poetry.
All right.
See you later, buddy.
I like this plan a lot. Okay. Right. So, Gustav, you've just heard from Johannes what he plans to do. What are you going to do now?
The man from Nantucket. No.
Do that for about, I guess, a minute. I'm gonna try and estimate here. However long it takes for me to.
I mean, tell me, Brian.
No, I just. Yeah.
So no, because what I understand, from what I understand, Brian, you want to reach the other side of the alley, and then just wait there.
Have Johannes spook them so they come
Oh,
towards
is
me.
that what you want me to do?
Yeah.
Why?
And then we can talk to him in the alleyway when nobody's really watching.
That sounds like a terrible idea. That sounds terrible.
Well, if they're a ninja, yeah, it's terrible, but
You don't know the word ninja.
I was going to say, what could go wrong? Yeah, I mean, if you want to watch them, that's one thing. But no, I don't want to flush this person out. I at least not while the night is unless you think. I mean, they still haven't gone inside yet. We're still waiting for them to go inside. But if you want to go over there and cut off an avenue of escape, that sounds reasonable to me.
I don't think they're with the people that run the club. I think they're against it. Why would you just sit there and watch who goes into this club?
Or maybe they're spying on us.
They might be spying for the witch hunter.
Well, maybe.
Is he the only one the only other one I could think that would be very like this interested. If he knows anything about the club, which I think he does, because we said Golden Triangle.
Huh? I personally think we should err on the side of everybody is a potential enemy, not a potential ally. That's just me.
Okay, yeah. So what's the plan then? You don't want to confront them, but you want to see where they go if they leave.
Yeah, I would like to see where they go. I like the idea of being able to keep eyes on them from another angle, so that if they go that way, we have somebody following them closer. But I don't rousting them or whatever. At least not while we're all split up. If the night were here, I'd say yeah, but no, he's not, or he's not going to be in a minute. That's just my 2 cents. My 2 pfennigs.
Okay, so
A Sigmar is my witness.
I'll break around to the other side, and we'll just keep an eye on him from that angle as well. Mm-hmm. If I yell out, "Wharf rats!"
Mm-hmm.
Come to the sound of that immediately.
Okay. I'll just assume that you're about to be stabbed by cultists again.
And I'm going to scream "Wharf rats" in their face as loud as I can.
Okay, that's a good signal.
Terrible last words, great signal.
And I'll say if you hear me say, "I Sigmar," then you'll know something's up over on my side. How's that?
I Sigmar.
I Sigmar.
Okay.
Wait, so is that something like that? Like some kind of strange iPhone thing?
No. I, as in
like, hey,
caused
Siri.
by Sigmar.
Oh, you mean like this?
Oh, by. No, well, actually, it was here. I don't know why I'm. What the hell is going on with my mouse? Oh, there it is. Like, why can't I see my mouse?
Let me see what you mean, Johannes. By Sigmar, okay. Alright. Sure. Gotcha. No worries. Alright. So, so in that case, you guys decided on a plan. You know what to do. You also, established the code phrases. So, Gustav, you want to sneak to the other side of the alley in which the person is standing, yes?
Yeah, like grid type city layout. I'd like go around a block.
Yeah, so
essentially, but it's not quite like that. But
so we are moving to the other power running large street on the other side of the house that you are currently standing, and then you're making your way probably. I mean, not too, of course, suspiciously, but still, I bet slightly cautiously, to the entrance of the alley. I would like for you to roll me stealth test plus 20%. It's opposed one, of course.
I'll
Oh,
use
that's
Don't
bad.
don't use luck yet because I may botch.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, you failed, so we need to roll until one of us wins. So you don't have
Okay.
to use luck. You just roll once again. Nice, very
Ooh,
nice.
snap.
Yeah, you've once you were very close to the entrance to this like side street, you just slow your pace. You move closer to the wall of the building, which which creates one of the side of this side street, and then you make your way very cautiously to the corner. You peek behind the corner, and then you see at the end. You can clearly see now a person half crouched behind those boxes and that barrel. The person has this, like as I said before, this long dark cloak completely covering her from head to toe. You can't tell if that's a man or a woman. You can also see that she's or his, you're not sure, observing. Well, I mean person, so I guess that's a she. Observing the entrance to the golden triangle. But you also see one thing. There's a loaded crossbow propped against the wall to her left, completely covered by the boxes in the barrel. It's not a large crossbow. It's not like the heavy duty crossbow used by mercenaries or by the city guards. It's like this small, slim weapon, not pistol per se, but definitely on the smaller side. But it's already loaded and cocked.
I'm gonna just sit here quietly and
Okay.
see what the plan is here.
Yeah, Johannes. Meanwhile, you're just standing outside. Yes, and where you were and what you are reciting poetry or just staying quiet?
I'm mumbling something that sounds like poetry, but I'm still trying to keep an eye on where Lambert and Gaston are going.
Yeah. Okay. So now let me just make 2 rolls for you guys, because Gustav, if from what I gather, you didn't you weren't rolling for hiding. You're just standing on the street looking around the corner, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should I hide as well?
Well, there are not too many places here for you to hide. That's the problem. The only place where you can hide is the alley. But even so, it's, as I said, it's large enough and it's wide enough for you to have, well, honest to God, problems hiding there. That's the problem with this neighborhood. You can't really hide. I mean, you can roll me, but it will be minus 15%. And even if you manage to pass, you may not be able to see the person in the alley. So it's up to you, Brian, if you want to hide or not.
I will not hide for now.
Okay. Just let me make 2 rolls. First one for Johannes. Nice. And second one for Johannes. And by the way, sorry, Lambert and Gaston, I'll be with you in a second, but for now I need to stay with the guys.
In that case, I will be back in like 5 minutes.
Sure. Johannes.
I'm gonna do the same thing. Should be
Take
less
a
than that.
bathroom break.
Okay, sure,
Yeah.
sure, no problem. Johannes, you are standing, near the lamp. You're what, mumbling something under your.
Yes.
Mhm.
How do I compare thee to a summer's day?
Where suddenly you hear, "You there! Stop in the name of the law!"
Yes, sir.
And you turn around, I presume. You see a Freeman
yes.
patrol of 3 soldiers in Altdorf livery of blue and red. They are sorry, actually, soldiers. 2 of them are soldiers. The man leading them is knight. It's clear to you.
Okay.
He is dressed in half-plate armor with heraldry of the of the famous race guard. Actually, he doesn't have a helmet on. His head is bare, and it's clear that he's very young, probably like 23, 24 years old. He has a sword at his hip, and worst of all, he has a huge look of arrogance on his face. You there? And they
Yes, sir.
they approach you. The two soldiers behind him, they don't look like lackeys per se. You can tell that both of those men are professional, trained men, armed with, of course, halberds and shields. The leading knight in question gets close to you, looks you up and down. He's probably taller than you, I would say, and at the very least, much like he's built much better than you are, with broad shoulders and wide chest. What are you doing here? What are you doing standing under the lamp in front of this fine establishment? And he points towards the gates to the club.
Oh, is there an establishment here? I was supposed to meet a young lady, young fair lady here, and regale her with my poetry.
What's your name, peasant? He asks.
My name is Rupert Schmidt.
Rupert Schmidt, he says.
Yes.
Roll me charm test.
Okay.
First charm test. It's actually pretty easy, so you get plus 30%. Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I will even roll for this guy.
Okay, oh, god damn it!
Never fucking mind. No, actually, you've passed. You had plus 30%, and this is not a game in which 0-1 always gets you a win. So you've actually rolled better than him. Because you had plus 30%, so 74, so 34, 44, 54, 64. Yeah, 4 successes. Yeah, you've passed. You've rolled slightly better than him. You see that for a second, like he didn't really believe you, but then he's like, Rupert Schmidt. I see. And what is your occupation, Rupert Schmidt? Do you know that it is forbidden to stand under the lantern here, under the lanterns here?
Oh, I did not know that. Sorry,
Well, now you know. And knowing's half the battle, as they say.
I was trained as an apothecary, but I'm hoping to learn the merchant trade.
Apothecary? What is an apothecary doing here? Like, shouldn't you be studying?
Well, I've already graduated.
So, so if you graduated, I presume that you have your own, your own shop? Your own drugstore?
No. I don't have my own store yet. That's why I'm looking to the merchant trade to help me build my wealth so that I can open up my own store.
I see. Well, you should put your skills to better use by helping those who return from the north, from the war. Not just think about yourself and the money that you can be earning. You are a citizen of Sigmar's empire, and you should be helping his people first and foremost. Now tell me.
Yes.
Now, first of all, move away from the lantern.
Oh yeah, yes, sir. I move away from the lantern.
I don't know if you know this, Rupert Schmidt, but tinkering with lanterns is punishable by death, which actually is true.
Oh, I would. Yeah, I would never. I would never tinker, sir.
I see. Good for you. If you would be standing here during the night and we would show you this, then this conversation would be much less pleasant. He looks you up and down. Now tell me, Rupert Schmidt, what is the name of this fair lady that you are courting?
Griselda Mueller.
Griselda Mueller. I see.
Yes.
I see. And does this Frau Miller live here, nearby? Where does she live?
I thought she lived near here, but she was being very discreet, sir.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that the young lady in question didn't tell me where she lived because we just met, but she told me to meet her by this lamppost in an hour, and then we would be able to stroll together down the boulevard.
You
While I recited my poetry to her.
you hear that one of the soldiers starts laughing and says, "Brother,
Yeah.
I think she set you up." He says.
No, she would never do that.
But you see that the man stopped laughing when the knight, gave him a very sharp look, and he's like, "I'm sorry."
By the way, that's the angle I'm trying to play up is that I'm a dumbass.
Yeah. Well, Rupert Schmidt, I can sympathize with a man who still believes in notions of chivalry and old romance. But you are disturbing the peace by standing here and muttering to yourself. This is a good neighborhood. This is an honest neighborhood. People here, they are high class. Are you high class, Rupert Schmidt?
I am aspiring to be higher class than my current station.
Well, let me tell you now, Rupert Schmidt, you are not high class because you're a merchant. Because you are money-grabbing merchant. Of course, people like you are important for the economic stability of our fair empire. But you are not high class. I am high class. People who live here are high class. And
yes, sir.
People like that, they don't appreciate your kind here, Rupert Schmidt. So I kindly suggest, Rupert Schmidt, that you move away from this lantern. Well, actually, you've already moved away. Well, actually, you've already moved away. So I suggest that you move away from the street and find your Griselda, whatever her name second was, somewhere else. Do I make myself clear?
Crystal clear, sir. As clear as the comet.
Excellent. I can see that you are pious Sigmarite at least. You know your betters when you see one, and you know to obey your betters, your superiors. And I am your superior in every way, Rupert Schmidt.
Yes, I can see that.
Now, off you go.
Yes, and I go in the direction that I saw, what's his nuts, Gustav.
Yeah.
Lead.
And you just run away.
It's like being a little bitch.
I scurry away. I'm good at that, though.
As you run away, you can hear the knight, who, by the way, never introduced himself to you. You see, man, this is how you deal with vermin. Remember, vigilance and being always straight to the point. Yes, sir. Now, let's continue our patrol. And with that, they continue their patrol.
Okay.
Meanwhile, you run away. But that was actually very good RPing, Sean, on your part.
Thank you. For once, I thought on my feet.
Gustav, just so we are clear, you're not doing anything right now. You're just observing this person, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
The crossbow concerns me. So.
Yeah. You can see the crossbow, and you are almost certain, of course, that there's a weapon hidden under the cloak. Probably some kind of melee weapon, maybe some kind of sword. You saw the outline, under the cloak because the person is kneeling, like she's half kneeling. So you see that, she has things hidden under the cloak on her. But you also have to say that she's doing her job very well. She's practically one with the shadows, and she's almost completely still.
You keep saying she. Am I supposed to know that?
What? Sorry?
You keep saying she.
She I'm not sure how you say that in English, but person, like in Polish, if you are not using man or woman, you're saying like a person. You use the female.
Okay. That's why it's a woman.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said before, you're not sure if that's a man or a woman. Yeah. I should probably say they. Or...
Yeah,
God, man, you just gotta call him out on his language issue, man.
No worries.
Fight the patriarchy. Come on.
Jesus, dude, chill. He's not from here.
Lambert and Gaston. You've waited because while all this was happening, it happened simultaneously. You've waited like 4 minutes maybe.
It's
And
taking a while.
yeah, and the man eventually, of course, returns very slowly because it's clear that he's an older person. He enters once again his dingy, his dingy like booth, sits behind the desk and looks at you. Well, I've spoken to Herr Hadstein, and he said that your master is of course very welcome to enter our fair establishment, and given that you're his servant, so are you.
Very good, sir.
Naturally, there are rules. You need
Of
to
course.
leave all of the weapons here with our guards to your left, and he pointed to his right because his right is your left. You know that he's talking about the 4 guards standing outside.
Sir,
Yes.
I am happy to surrender my weapons, but it is a what's a good way to translate it?
I will spare you the pleasantries, Halfling. I know that your master is a Bretonnian knight, but first of all, he's in the Empire, not Bretonia. Second of all, this is a private establishment, and even nobility has to abide by the rules. So I'm sure
You
that
are going as you are doing what is similar to asking a devout Sigmarite to forsake his god.
no, I am not. And this comparison is very rude and very unprofessional. Like, I am asking for your master to show, to respect the hospitality of the place that he wants to enter. He wants to enter this place, right? He's invited here. No one is forcing him. No one is telling him that he has to. He doesn't have to enter, but he's been given an invitation, and he wants to use
My
this
apologies.
invitation.
My apologies. I misheard you.
Very well. I am used to it. I am old, and my voice is not what it used to be many years ago. Of course, I can assure you that his weapons, his gear will be taken care of, and they will be, of course, given back to him and to you once you leave our place. But these are the rules of the Golden Triangle Club, and they are not negotiable. Not for you, not for him, not for the Emperor himself if he would visit this place, or not for anyone else.
I turn to Gaston and, in the slightest of possible ways, shrug like, "Sorry."
Yeah, Gaston, you, by the way, you hear all of this, just so we are clear. The man is pleasant enough, but it's also clear that he simply won't take no for an answer, and you know that.
Right. Seems we have no choice.
Yeah, actually, that's something that's interesting to me. Is like, is that a thing in Bretonia as well, where like you can't just walk everywhere in your armor and swords?
Yeah, in Bretonia, of course. In Bretonia, there would be no one even thinking about saying something to a knight. But this is a completely different nation, and there are completely different rules. This is part of the reason why Bretonians think the Imperials are uncivilized, because they allow for something like this to happen. They allow for common men to tell knights or nobility, yeah, if you want to enter this place, you need to leave your fucking sword here, and if you don't, then GTFO. That's something completely unreasonable for a Bretonian knight, but that's probably half the fun of RPing someone from different country in a place where where the rules are slightly different.
I think a knight that knows he has to comply with that would like hand over his stuff, but then threaten the guy like if anything happened, like I will
Yeah,
crush
of
your
course.
skull and
Because
Right.
remember,
Right.
Gaston, this sword that you're having is your father's sword.
Right.
It's like you would sooner die than let anything bad happen to it.
Right.
Because you're from I think you're from Carcassonne, right? Yeah, I think you're from Carcassonne. So this is the family heirloom that is that's very big in this dukedom. That said,
Right.
it's up to you, of course. You know, you are RPing your character, not me. I'm just telling you what your character as a knight would know, you know, growing up in your country.
Right.
So says the man. So, gentlemen, if you want to enter right now, of course, you only need to leave your gear with our sergeant here, and he points towards the soldiers to your left, and you can enter. The servant will escort you inside to the main hall. Just want to make sure that you know that at this time of day there are not too many members of the club present. They usually gather after it gets dark. There are some people. There's Herr Hartstein, the owner of the Golden Triangle, and he, of course, he's a charming man, old nobility, you know. But other than him, there are, I think, 2-3 other people maybe present. I suggest, if you want to maybe have a proper conversation, to return sometime later. But it's up to you, of course. He looks at you, Lambert, as he's saying that, because, you know, he presumes that you are the spokesperson, right?
Yeah, somewhat, and somewhat also an interpreter. His Reichspiel is not completely fluent yet.
Which is completely understandable, he says. So, do you want me to allow you in? Because this invitation, he points, is one use only. I want to make it very clear: if you agree to enter, then you leave. You won't be able to come back unless you've been given another invitation, or unless a member of the club will say that you can enter again. A high-level member of the club, of course.
Gaston, this is asking a lot, but will you hand over your sword for safekeeping while we peruse this foreign establishment?
I will hand over my sword, but if anything happens to it, there will be hell to pay.
I can assure you, Sir Knight, says the lanky man in spectacles, that nothing bad will happen to nor your sword, nor your shield, nor your dagger. You can, of course, leave your armor on, that's not a problem. But weapons are not permitted on the grounds of the club. Them's them rules.
The wine better be very good.
It is not very good, sir. It is the best. And we have wines from your home country.
That's what I like to hear.
Very well.
Lambert pulls out a sling and hands it to him, and then pulls out
as he says that, he rings a small bell, and 2 of the guards approach you, including probably the sergeant in question, the grizzled man, who just, as you said, Michael, you pull out your sling, right, your dagger. You try to hide anything? I don't know if you...
No, I pull out a sling, a dagger. I lift up my shirt and pull a cleaver from my front belt. And then I pull a frying pan that nobody knows where the hell that was.
All right. You may be expected for the man, to look surprised at the amount of cooking and fighting paraphernalia that you have on you, but no, they have those impassive faces, completely devoid of any emotion. They just collect your weapons.
If I don't get that frying pan back,
they're not saying anything. I mean, sorry, no, they're saying you will get all your things back, mine heir. You can be assured of that, he says. He actually very politely. And, the sergeant himself stands in front of you, Gaston. He's not extending his hand or anything, but he actually nods, not bows, but nods to you, which probably is, is a show of big respect from this man. And then he says, I will take your weapons now, my lord. And he addresses you as my lord, which actually means a huge amount of respect. If I may.
I hand over my sword, my shield, and my dagger.
Mm-hmm. And you see that he takes them from you. He gives them to one of his men, and the man in question actually opens the small door leading to the booth in which the lanky man is sitting, enters inside, and you can hear that he's placing them. Given the sounds, he's probably placing them in some kind of a large coffer, large chest, something like this. Then he closes the lid and locks the chest with his key. After he exits, you hear once again a bell coming from the booth, but this time it sounds 3 times, and the gate opens. It is opened actually by 2 male servants in liveries of gold, green, and blue, same as the guards are wearing. There are two young, very attractive looking men. They're almost like classical sculptures, perhaps. Clearly they have huge. They are hugely popular with the ladies. They approach you. They bow very low to you, Gaston, and they nod to you, Lambert, and say, if you would please follow us to the interior of the club.
All right.
And you enter inside. There's a cobbled. There's a white cobbled road trail leading from the gate itself to the large mansion, standing behind the wall. To your left and right, you can see, as I've described before, beautiful looking garden. Just incredibly well maintained hedges, those small trees that you can cut into figures of animals, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying. If you saw any British nobility TV series, then you probably know. There are, as I've said before, flower beds here and there. You can even hear sound of water, of running water, but you don't see any stream or any fountain. There is probably one on the grounds. You can also see that the grounds are heavily patrolled. Before you reach the main door, you've counted at least 8 guards, similar, looking exactly like the ones standing outside, patrolling every square inch of this area, of this terrain. The 2 servants, as they approach large double door leading inside the mansion, stop right in front of them. They turn around to you almost simultaneously, and they ask you, Lambert, to give them the invitation.
I hand it over.
You hand them over, and one of them, in a rather ceremonial way, tears the invitation in 2. Then hides both pieces inside his pocket vest, inside his vest pocket. Then they open the door and they lead both of you in. It's at this point probably that that Johannes was chased away by the asshole knight, and Gustav, you are just standing outside the alley, looking at the at the person. You see Gustav suddenly, because you have no idea what's happening, outside the mansion, outside the gate. You don't even hear really what's happening. There are people walking here too, cars driving by, stuff like that. So it's very loud. It is Altdorf after all. But you see suddenly that the person kneeling behind the boxes and the barrel stands up and gathers their stuff, including the crossbow that they pick up, remove the quarrel from the from the weapon, and hide them under the cloak, and they prepare to turn around and probably move, exit the alley. What are you doing?
I'm gonna wave.
To the person?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I'm at the end of the alleyway, right?
Yeah.
So if they raise up the crossbow to shoot me, I can
No. You
hide behind the pillar real quick.
I don't think you understood me. They are because you only see their back, and you see that they get up, they take the crossbow, remove the bolt from the weapon, and hide the weapon and the bolt under their cloak. Prepare to turn around and probably leave the alley. They haven't spotted you yet, and they're not trying to be aggressive or anything. You think that they are leaving their post, essentially.
Okay, what if like I know drunkards are like arrested around here, but I'm worried about guards at the moment. Could I kind of like lean up against the wall like I'm falling asleep?
Probably, yeah. But do you want to?
So they just walk right past me, hopefully.
Yeah, but do you want to lean against the wall in the alley or right outside the alley? Because that's rather important.
I think right outside the alley,
right
so
outside
it doesn't look
alley.
like I'm... Yeah.
Okay, of course. So you are leaning against the wall, you're closing your eyes. Actually, you don't really need to pretend that much. You had a few drinks here today already. It's very hot, it's very, humid, so you are just sweating profusely. Good quality clothing in the Empire or generally in the Old World, yeah, it looks better than
Made of wool.
Yeah, than your normal clothes, but usually it's also much less practical and much less pleasant to wear. It has to look good, but it doesn't exactly has to feel good to be worn. So you are actually rather tired now that you think about it. When you close your eyes and lean against the wall, you can feel the fatigue just setting in. You hear the steps, rather quiet, as if the person is still trying to maintain low profile. And eventually, you see through your half-closed eyes this dark shape emerging from the alley, like moving right past you. And now let me just quickly roll. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Do I have to beat that?
And you can beat that. You're not hiding. You're just pretending to be drunk. You're standing in the open.
So is
that
them perceiving me standing there or me not actually being drunk?
Let me tell you how this works. The person is moving, like it just left the alley, is moving right past you. Like they made 2 steps in front of you so that you once again see their back, when suddenly they stop, rigid, and they turn around and you look at them. And you see a person that you've seen once already at Schnitzer's house. A woman, young, fairly attractive, but also with this rather unpleasant look on her face, like very hard look on her face. She was one of the she was in the entourage of the witch hunter. You remember her being in the living room, in the dining room, where the massacre took place. She was gathering evidence. she looks at you, and she squints her eyes. You, she says.
I'm gonna wink.
What in seven hells are you doing here?
We should talk.
No kidding, she says. All right. We should talk, but not here. Follow me. And make a better job of pretending that you're drunk than right now.
I need to meet you somewhere. Where do we meet?
There's a small statue of Saint Magnus. It's down the street, not far from here. Meet me there in 10 minutes, ideally. If there are any more amateurs with you, you can bring them along. She says.
Do I show up all of a sudden?
Yeah, and then she just like shakes her head in this quiet disbelief. You think that she muttered some kind of curse under her nose and just turns around and goes down the way she told you to follow her. Moving away rather quickly, but you can see that she also, takes down her hood. She has this long, she has long brown hair, straight, completely straight. She is, like I said, fairly attractive woman, but there's something about her manner, the way that she walks, the way that she speaks, that just puts you completely off. Maybe it's her. What's that nice description? Resting bitch face that she has.
There you go.
Yeah. And you hear from behind you, Gustav. you hear steps as Johannes runs. On the street that you are on, just moving very quickly. Johannes, you see Gustav standing at the corner of a building and a side alley, looking, at the back of, you think, tall young woman moving very, very quickly far away from him in a long dark cloak with hood, put down. What are you doing?
Actually, we'll just walk with you. This is the guy I was waiting for.
Johannes, you are approaching Gustav?
Yes, I am. And then I go, hey, what's? Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Sigmar, you mean?
That's Sigmar, yeah.
Yeah. Gustav, you weren't you weren't able to speak to the girl because she moved away very quickly, but you see that Johannes is like coming right next to you. So.
She was with the witch hunter.
Yeah, I sort of figured that after I got a little more of a look at her. So what's going on?
I said we should talk. I didn't know what to say, so I said we should talk. She said by the statue of Saint Magnus in 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. I was too far away. I didn't hear that. Okay, well then we know what we're doing in 10 minutes.
Yeah, Gustav, you see that Johannes is kind of flushed. Like he has his face really red. He has this sheepish look on his face, probably. I presume after getting a solid talk to by the night. Unless, correct me, Johannes, maybe you're not. Maybe you're trying to look cool and suave and.
No, I'm probably looking at it as like, well, at least I didn't just get arrested by this knight and his city watch bros. So
it's very difficult to stay unseen around here.
Yeah, it is, and you actually see that, like, except for you guys, all of the people here, they act very relaxed and very almost nonchalant, like. You can't really imagine anyone trying to rob this place, or anyone trying to do any kind of shady stuff outside of the houses, because your imagination works and you think that how many of those houses actually hide some kind of a cult or maybe some kind of a revolutionary group or something like that, yeah. But on the streets themselves, there are no places to hide. there are no places to to disappear into. It's like criminal's worst nightmare. Funnily enough. Lambert and Gaston, you enter the premises of the Golden Triangle Club, and it is an impressive looking sight. You are in a huge hallway. There are stairs leading up. There are stairs like on the sides of this hallway, and in the middle there's a huge statue of a man, rather corpulent-looking man. The statue is made completely from gold, marble, silver, and some kind of dark stone, like onyx, perhaps. It presents a man who is, like I said, he's balding. He has a huge gut and is dressed rather well, he's not dressed like a hero, not in any sort of armor, or he doesn't even have a weapon at his side. But in his left hand, he has a map sculpted very well from a sheet of beaten metal, and his right hand holds some kind of ball with strange symbols on it. You're not really sure, but Lambert, tell me, you have Seasoned Traveler, yes?
I do.
So you would know that this ball that the man is holding is a globe.
Okay, so the strange symbols is like Ulfwan and shit.
Yeah, I mean, strange symbols are generally, the what's the word? The contours of continents. The statue is incredibly large. It's like 5 meters tall, 3 meters wide, with the pedestal that it's standing on. There is a gold plaque on the pedestal with some kind of name. You can't really read it from here. You can approach it if you want, of course.
I will.
Okay. So you see, Richmut Kolnfeder. Here it is.
Oh, Rickmut.
May he be forever blessed for discovering all of the secrets of this earth, and may he forever be blessed for creating the Golden Triangle Club. Glory to him, glory to Sigmar, glory to the Empire. And there's the IC 2217.
Gotcha. What's current year? It's IC
2522.
522.
No.
All right, so like 300 years.
Yeah. Of course, inside you can see that this place just it's like there's this nice saying in English. I really like it. It's almost too much. So there's gold.
It's very
everywhere.
built.
Sorry?
Very Biltmore house.
Yeah.
Very much Biltmore house.
Yeah, I mean, there's gold everywhere. There are golden statues standing under the walls. On one
Okay,
side,
it's more like Zara's palace.
yeah, but it's also like very thematic, very thematically in the adhering to the whole travel thing. So, for example, on one side, and I'm saying this out of the game, because even Lambert wouldn't know it without common knowledge, Nehekara is a golden, like Egyptian sarcophagus. But you see this incredible like relic made from gold, lapis lazuli, jade, stuff like that. On the other side, you see a statue made from red stone and jade, probably, of something of a cross between a cat and a dog. Again, out of game, it is the yeah, it's the guardian temple dogs, or whatever they're called. I think in Chinese mythology. Of course you see at least there are at least 50, if not more, paintings here presenting, you're guessing members of the club. Mostly men. There are a few women, but it's clear that this is a sausage fest. A huge sausage fest, by the way, because you see men from all of all ages, from late teenagers to positively ancient people. Naturally, they all look very important, self-important, very noble. Although you would probably guess that there are, merchants here, like commoners, but rich commoners, of course. And the rugs that you're standing on, they are just thick, like they are super thick. They are your feet almost sink into them, and they are beautifully made. Certainly not imperial. Gaston, you know, of course, that they're also not Bretonnian. Above your heads, giving a lot of light, even though there are many windows here, is a gigantic chandelier made from cut crystal, and there are at least 100 candles, burning in it. You, like Gaston, you are of course Bretonnian nobility, so you were on many courts in Bretonia, in many grand castles, mansions, stuff like that. But this is something completely else. This is like Novorish, There's this nice term, Novorish. I'm not sure if you guys use it much in the States, but it's very popular in Europe. And it means that it's mainly used to describe someone who got rich, and they really want to show that they got rich. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Show off.
Right.
There are guards here. You've counted at least 4, 2 standing on your level, and there are 2 more on the on the stairs themselves, armed and armored exactly as the ones outside. One of the beautiful men who brought you here turns around to you and says in his very melodic voice, "Please wait here for a few minutes, and I will bring Herr Hadstein to you, gentlemen. He will be most delighted to speak to you. Other servants will bring you refreshments." And with that, you see that one of them, the one who spoke to you, just he goes upstairs, and the other one, he goes through one of the doors to your left, and disappears inside the mansion.
Is anyone else in the room?
As I said, 4 guards, 2 on your level, 2 on the stairs leading up.
Gotcha.
You know that they are not looking at you per se, but you know that they are looking. And you have a feeling that they are not, your average rent-a-cop. But probably very well trained, very well paid professionals. Sorry, rent-a-town guard, I should say, to keep with the atmosphere. But yeah, you are standing in this hall. Do you guys want to discuss anything, or?
I am sorry that they took your sword.
It is what it is. Hope we get some info.
Dude, you're like super easygoing. I know Imperial. I've met Imperial Knights that are just like hard asses as hell. What the hell? I mean, let me switch. Sorry, I said that out of my main. I look around like hastily. I'm just like, excuse me, my lord. Your brevity impresses me in this current situation.
Thank you, Lenny.
So Gaston is a man of few words. As someone from Tileans, I would say, he speaks laconically. But yeah, you, Lambert, certainly you probably weren't expecting, something like that from a Bretonnian knight, but I would guess that you prefer this kind of attitude than your usual Imperial knight, I am better than you, fuck off.
Dude, this dude kicks ass. compared to those assholes, man. Like, you're not gonna like kick me under your horse, are you?
Not yet.
See, it's that. That's okay. It's gonna happen, but I'm not gonna see it coming.
Probably not.
I can look at a Reichsguard. I know exactly what's gonna happen.
As you are discussing, the servant who went through one of the side doors returns with a silver tray. On the silver tray, there are two tall, very nice-looking crystal glasses filled with something, with some kind of sparkling, refreshing wine. He offers first glass, of course, to you, Sir Gaston. This sparkling wine is from your home country, sir. We hope that you enjoy it, he says.
Thank you.
And
Thank you for calling it.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you for calling it. Thank you for calling it sparkling wine, as champagne has to be from Champagne.
Yeah, exactly. And then he offers the second glass to you, Lambert, after he made sure that Sir Gaston picked up his glass, of course.
Of course.
Because
thank you.
protocol is very important. Then he bows to you, Sir Gaston, and then he nods your head to you, Lambert, and returns to, goes back through the door through which he came. You just had enough time to finish your drink, which really, like, those glasses are high and they are very well made, but they are deceptively made. Like, the amount of drink that can be stored in them is not much.
Oh, it's a flute.
Yeah, it's a float. It's only good for
I
like 3 sips,
I
3
hate
gulps.
As a all right, I need to ask this question of God. As someone who is a cook by trade, I know that this is the incorrect glass to serve this in.
Yeah, I think you would.
I turn to Gaston and say, I am sorry for the backwards way of the Empire. They obviously don't know what kind of glass this is supposed to be served in. And all of these bubbles, God.
It's not your fault. I do prefer my wine with a little bit of water, red wine.
The wine itself, bubbling wine, of course, Gaston, you had probably this kind of drink a few times in your life, given your upbringing. And this is fairly popular in Bretonia. The wine is bubbly, like it's definitely maybe even too bubbly, like it's slightly too strong. Irritates your throat slightly, but it's also refreshing and crisp enough. Has this nice peach undertones, so like not too bad. And you only just have enough time to finish this drink when you hear a very jovial welcome to the Golden Triangle Club. And you see that coming downstairs is a large man in his late 40s, very well built, like powerful build, but not fat, dressed in a very expensive way. Like, he has this strange style of traditional imperial garb, mixed with, and you can see that Gaston, actually mixed with Bretonian style, especially when it comes to boots and trousers. And there's he also has riding gloves on his hands for whatever reason, and on the digits of his digits on the gloves themselves, there are golden rings and signets. So it looks very very peculiar indeed. From his neck, on large silver chain, hangs a relatively simple but obviously made from real golden triangle. He goes downstairs, approaches you, and
I before he makes his way fully across the square, I announce loudly, Mynheer, I have the pleasure of introducing Sir Gaston of Carcassonne.
He, he has this. He, of course, like many Imperials, has mustache, but he doesn't have a beard. His brown hair already is graying, and he has the biggest, most honest to God's grin on his face. As you present your quote-unquote master to him, he spreads his hands wide as if he would want to hug you or catch you both in them, and says, "Magnificent, Sir Gaston," and he makes a bow to you, Andrew. Not too deep, but deep enough, probably. I'm so glad to have you as my guest, Sir Gaston. I am Everard Hallstein, the current owner of Golden Triangle Club.
It's very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet your acquaintance.
That's right.
Nice to make your acquaintance. And he, after bowing to you, he actually extends his hand as to shake yours.
I shake his hand back.
He shakes your hand firmly, but not too hard. Only after that, he looks at you, Lambert, and he smiles. Not as wide, but you think that is a genuine enough smile. And you are Master Halfling?
Lambert Cherryheart of the Cherryheart of Bonebrook.
Lambert Cherryheart, I see. Very nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you indeed. Well, welcome to my home, to our home. I've been told that you were given an invitation, but first, let's go to the dining room and maybe have ourselves a small meal and something decent to drink, shall we?
Sounds good.
I just gesture forward.
Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, Gustav and Johannes, you've waited 10 minutes and you move down the street towards the statue of Magnus the Pious to meet with the woman with resting beach face. But I think that we shall leave this for next time.
Sounds good.
Because it's
Dun,
almost
dun, dun.
yeah, because it's almost 4 hours, and I think we can end this here. All right. So first of all, Andrew, what did you think?
Yes. That was cool.
It was.
You guys just have to bear with me. I'm just trying to get
you did fine.
in it and figure it out. And I promise I'll be more vocal. I'm just trying.
He'll find his voice.
No worries,
Yeah.
no worries, man. It's.
I've been reading what you sent me, so I was trying to make references to it. I don't know if you caught on some of them, but yeah.
I did.
I did.
But-
You did very well, and relax. It will. In time, I'm sure that you'll be 100% comfortable. It's very nice to have you in the group. So it's awesome. So now now I'm going to give XP, and Andrew, we are not using the rulebook system for giving XP. We are using a slightly different, more interesting system. So first of all, everyone gets. Yeah, sorry.
I can roll him a doom real quick if he wants.
Yeah, sure. So let's.
If he doesn't already have one. Do you already have one?
What are you saying?
Doom?
Yeah, Doom.
Dooming.
What it?
It'll probably be under your talents.
Sounds good.
There is nothing on the roll 20.
No. Well, actually, it says indulgence in the dark desires. shall end.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
got the
Yeah.
doom. Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh,
So
that sounds like a good one.
yeah, this is a good one, especially for a night. Very, very interesting one. So I'll walk you now through the XP giving system step by step, Andrew, so that you will understand how we do this. Remember, this is of course like you don't have to follow this if you don't want to. Not every single step. That said, if you will, then you will naturally get more XP for every session, because first of all, everyone gets the same amount of XP for just being in the game. In that case, I will give everyone today 60 XP.
Nice. First game of the year.
Yeah.
It's 60.
Like,
Yep.
if you're interested, like the basic system suggests 100 XP for each session. But you know, there are a few steps here, so you might get more, you might get less. Everyone gets 60 XP. Now, you get XP for RPing your character. So for getting into your character, for role playing it the right way, you can get from of course you can get from 0 if you are terrible at it to maximum 10 XP. And since I liked all of your characters today, and I saw that you were really getting into it, Andrew, even if you were not too vocal, I will give everyone 10 XP, which is a max. So you all already get 70 experience points. This is for character. Now, next step is for the place of birth, for the place of your origin. In case of the Empire, I always look at the province itself, or for example the city itself. If someone is from None or from Altdorf or from Talheim, then I would like for you to roleplay this particular place. In your case, Andrew, you're from Carcassonne, so I will look not only at you as a Bretonnian, but I will also look at you as a Carcassonnian, as a citizen of Carcassonne. In the book Knights of the Grail, you can read about this dukedom, and you can read about how people act there, how they react to others, what is important to them, stuff like that. I would like for you to incorporate this into your character, because you are from this dukedom.
Okay.
You don't need to do this artificially. You are still your own man, but your place of birth to some point determines you. It will probably take a few sessions for you to settle into it, so don't worry. You don't have to, like desperately try to RP 100% Carcassonnian from next session. But I will give you a good example. Gustav is from Marienburg. So, Brian, would you say that you were Marienburgian enough today?
No, I don't think I did anything
Yeah.
Marienburg today.
Exactly. I didn't saw any part of Marienburg, unfortunately, so I can't give Brian any points for Marienburg. But Johannes is from Reichland. Reichlanders they like to remind everyone that they're from Reichland, because Reichland is the most important province of the Empire. They are very religious when it comes to Sigmar.
And we're currently in the capital of Reichland.
Yeah, and they're in the capital of Reichland. And Sean today not only mentioned, when he met you, Andrew, that he's from Reichland, which is very patriotic, but he also mentioned Sigmar quite a few times. So I can give him 10 points for that.
Yeehaw.
Yeah.
I also said I don't like foreigners.
Yeah, and he said that he don't like foreigners because we don't need foreigners when we have Reichlanders, right? Reichlanders are the most important people in the world. So I'll give him 10 points. Now, Lambert. Lambert is, of course, from the Moot. And I would like to hear from Michael if he was mooty enough, because I know that out of game, you mentioned a few things about the Moot, Michael, but did your character, reminded everyone that,
I did. I have introduced myself as Lambert Cherryheart of the Cherryheart clan of Bonebrook multiple times of the Moot, and had brought up how it's weird that the Moot doesn't get their own cool sword.
Nice. Yeah, that's awesome. That's the way. That's a perfect way, in my opinion, of RPing your place of birth. Of course, bringing the standard stuff from the book is cool, but incorporating smart, nice additions, like the fact that Mood doesn't have a rune fang, is very nice. So I'll give you, of course, Michael, 10 points for that. Now, Andrews, you said that you're from Carcassonne, if I recall correctly, right?
Yeah.
And you also mentioned, for example, very important part about your dukedom is the family weapon. You did mention that, you know, anything happens to my weapon, there will be hell to pay. That's very nice. So I can give you for this 5 points for RPing
Okay.
your place of birth. It was cool. It was you know, a small thing, but a very important one, very climactic. So 5 points. After that, we get religion. People in the old world, like, you don't. I mean, you can RP someone who's not religious, but just so you know, people in the old world look very strange at those who are not worshipping any god. Like, there's no such thing as, you know, agnostics, atheists, stuff like that. I mean, this is a sure sign. I mean, in the Empire, if you would say that there are no gods, then you're just getting killed immediately. Like, this is heresy. But of course, you don't have to be a zealot level religious, but almost everyone to some extent is. That's why I give points for religion. As with the usual stuff, with the previous stuff, you can get 0 naturally, or you can get maximum of 10. Gustav, I will give you 10 points, of course, because you were you RP'd your religion very nicely today. I especially liked the way that you've looked at Gaston when he said that he's a man of violence, because Gustav is a Shalayan, so they abhor violence. They are very anti-war, violence. So Gustav, you get maximum for your religion. Johannes, you get, of course, 10 points for being a pious Sigmarite. Very, but I mean, Sean playing Sigmarites. I mean, what's new, right?
Yeah, it's easy. Well, it's not easy, but it's yeah.
No.
I have more practice.
Yeah, I mean, Leopold was still the best to this day.
Yeah, sure.
And I remember him being actually, you know, very, very, very cool Sigmarite, and I can see that same thing in Johannes. So I'll give you 10 points. And Lambert, you've played 2 gods very well. I think you've played. I mean, I know that you made the run out sign with the fingers, right?
Yeah. Hoping if this gamble will work.
Yeah. And I also think that you mentioned some other gods, your halfling gods, right, or not?
I mentioned Queensberry.
Yeah.
For Bonebrook, for the devout Bonebrooks.
Yeah.
And then I also mentioned that asking a Bretonnian to forswear his sword is like asking a devout Sigmarite to forsake his god.
True. Very nice. So I'll give you 10 points. Now, Andrew, you can worship other gods, as I've said. I'm saying you can. I know how this sounds, but unfortunately, if you choose a certain character, you need to stick to the principles, or rather expectations of this character. Bretonnian knights only worship a single god, Lady of the Lake. Like, no exceptions. You are a holy warrior, and your ultimate quest is getting the grail from the lady herself, drinking from the grail, and becoming a holy knight. So my suggestion to you is to read everything you can about the lady from the book for the next game. Learn about her tenets. Learn about her, because every god has a series of rules. For example, in case of Sigmar, it is to obey your superiors, protect the empire. In case of Shalaya, is to, of course, avoid killing, avoid shedding blood, stuff like that. Lady has her own. I don't remember exactly what they are right now. If I recall correctly, it's something, of course, to do with chivalry, with protecting the kingdom of Bretonia. Read about them. I suggest you maybe write them down or have them near you, and you need to abide by them. You can worship other gods, as in, for example, you can pray to Shalia as well. But, for example, a knight of Bretonia would never, ever, ever pray to Runout for luck. Runout is a god of thieves. You would give thanks for example, to Tao if you would be in the wilds and caught a wild animal to eat. You would give thanks to Tao, but
Like
first.
my old guy.
But first you would give thanks to the lady, because she's the one who gave you the animal. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, you are a holy warrior. So that's why I didn't really saw that aspect of your character today, but that's completely fine. I'm sure that it will come in time. Now there are star signs. Star signs are the signs that you were born under, and if you look at the right side, right side, right next to the map, there's the journal section. Can you see that?
Yes.
And there are star signs, combat aids, and rules. And I think I've put every single star sign here because during our games the guys played at least once every single star sign. And they are available to all of you. You can access them anytime you want. You can read them anytime you want. If you, for example, enter the broken card, you can see the description. You can see what kind of drinks a person born under the broken card buys in a tavern, and you can see secret mutation, which honestly is completely unnecessary. I never understood why they put it in the in this section, like it's maybe some kind of a joke or something, I don't know. But most important parts are qualities: arrogant, conceited, prideful. These are qualities of the broken card. What is your star sign, Andrew?
The drummer.
The drummer. So let's see the drummer. Well, fuck me.
I don't actually see
There's
it.
no drummer. It's probably the only one I didn't put in. Okay, sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah. Oh, I will put the drummer after this game. The star signs are in the Old World's Companion. Sorry, not the Old World's Companion. The WFRP Companion.
Okay.
There's a whole section on them, and let's quickly see the companion.
I have no idea. I've never seen the drummer before.
I'm pulling it up.
The drummer
is one.
is that you must have that you need to have fun. I think the drummer. Here.
Known to be excessive, hedonistic, and celebratory.
Yeah, excessive, hedonistic,
Yeehaw.
and celebratory. What this means is that it means that your character likes to drink, likes to eat, likes to have good time with the ladies or the men, if that's your thing, I'm, by the way, completely serious. It's like up to your character, but most of all, you just want to have good time. You want to. The world is grim enough. It's dangerous enough. There's no reason why you shouldn't be having fun.
Right.
That's your character. Read the description. As you see, is viewed differently throughout the empire. Like, doesn't mean the empire. We can we can use it with Britannia as well. Some see it as a sign of celebration, while others, of course, see it as a sign of steady decline of men, because you are more interested in your hedonistic ways than in being a decent man. It's up to you. So I would say again that I will give you 5 points today for that, because you asked for the wine. That was nice. But next time I would like maybe some more signs of you being, well, the drummer. And again, it's up to you how you want to roleplay it. I only tell you the basics, but it's up to you how you want to incorporate them. I will never tell you exactly how you must play your character, because it's not my place. It's about your decisions, about your fun, right? So let's start with Gustav. Gustav, what kind of sign do you have?
The dancer.
The dancer. And what the dancer exactly does? Exactly. Sorry.
Let me see. Pull up the actual thing.
I think it's
Quality: amorous, desirable, scornful.
yeah, amorous, desirable. Well, you have good time with Marla, but she wasn't really present today.
I winked at the girl when I got caught spying on her.
Yeah, that's actually true. If that's all, I will give you 5 points for that. That's actually a very cool thing. your character probably knows that she is some kind of a henchwoman of a witch hunter, which means that she's probably very accustomed to violence, and yet you still did the wink wink. So that's nice.
I was handed. We know this is to do.
Sorry, once again, Brian, because something broke slightly.
I was caught red-handed, so there's nothing else to do. So I was like, at least look cool while you're doing it, right?
Yeah.
Hey, hot lady.
Johannes, what about you?
Yeah, so I'm the Piper, diplomatic, cunning, shady. I felt like
10 points.
and also
10 points.
yeah.
Just 10 points, Sean. If I could give, I would give you 20 for today, because that was great. Like the interaction with the knight, and honestly, interaction with Gaston as well. Like you did really well. So max possible points for you, 10 points. Lambert, what about you?
Wyman to the anchor, right? Cautious, looking for other avenues to approach different problems.
Tolerant, patient,
yeah.
methodical, right?
Yeah. I tried to put on more airs as we were approaching to give the invitation over to look the part that I was playing.
True.
I also explained to Gaston how he needs to treat me in this situation.
Yes.
As don't treat me as somebody in this group of people you happen to be working with. Treat me as somebody who is lesser than you, who is helping you around the city. And I also attempted to see if he could keep his sword whilst in the golden circle.
Yeah.
Or golden triangle.
I also really liked your conversation with the servant at the gate. So I will give you, of course, 10 points for that. And Andrew, I think I gave you 5 points for your for the drummer. Yeah, for now. Now, finally, for the main XP, for the main part of giving away XP, there's the dooming, or as I like to call it, doom and gloom. Because everyone has their dooming, everyone to some extent knows how they will die in the old world. Actually, if you die according to your doom, your next character gets a XP bonus. That's pretty cool. But that's also very hard to pull off. I think that maybe only one of your characters ever did that in our games. I'm not sure. But
I feel like if anybody, it was Brian who did it, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I feel like at the end of the Thousand Thrones. I'm not sure, but yeah. But anyway,
and the Thousand Thrones ended up just being like C-3PO and a couple of mutants dying in a lake.
Yeah, that's true.
Pretty much. Yeah.
But anyway, Gustav, what about your dooming? What is your doom?
Thou shalt suffeth from the cup of corruption.
That's
when the
really
knight
cool.
showed up, and he wanted wine, I said, "Okay, I'll drink wine too." And then when he said he's known for his brutality more than his mercy, I stopped drinking.
Excellent. And Andrew, this is how a doom should be RP'd, because dooms, in contrast to star signs, which are pretty well described, they are much more like
mercurial.
Mercurial. You can go nuts with them if you have a good idea how to RP your doom. I can easily give you max points. For example, I will now give Brian max points because he described very well his dooming for this session. So, Brian, you get 10 points, of course. Johannes, what about you?
Tie not the ribbon nor feather wear, yea, the peacock is thine enemy.
Oh yeah, that.
I decided to not make Gaston my enemy right on meeting him. So I would say I didn't really doom very hard today.
I also think that I think that you did. I also think that that you did well with the knight. Like you because this doom. Yeah, this doom is pretty hard to pull off, but the fact that you, as Michael said very eloquently, being a little bitch, you've actually played it really well. So I will give you 10 points for that, Sean.
Oh, all right, cool.
Yeah. And I know that you probably didn't do that intentionally, but that's why dooming is very cool. It very often comes off, unintentionally and works. Lambert, what about your dooming?
Thy tongue shall be thy undoing, and as usual, I have a very hot temper.
10 points.
And yeah,
10 points.
said a lot of things that could have gone bad.
Yeah. Remember that you can change your doom in game. You can go to the so-called wise woman, old woman, or Strigany, which are the Warhammer Fantasy version of gypsies, gypsy people. They were actually called gypsy people in the older versions, but they've changed it later to Strigany. You can you pay them, and they read your fortune, which means that they give you your new doom. But I think you can only do this once per your character, I think, or maybe more. I'm not sure. So if any of you guys have problems with RPing your doom, you can consider doing that. It's up to you. Anyway, Lambert, 10 points. And Andrew, your doom?
Oh, it's hold on. It's indulgence in thy dark desires shall end thee.
Indulgence in your dark desires. Well, to be honest, I didn't see that today completely. But I think it works very cool with the drummer, with your star sign, because the drummer says that you need to be hedonistic, that you need
This could go real bad if he ever gets a little bit of crimson shade in him.
Yeah, that you need to be excessive, and this coupled with your doom really makes it not only pretty easy to RP, both your doom and your star sign, but most importantly, very interesting to RP them. Again, think about how you want to do this, and next time we shall see. And
I would choose excessive violence.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
you're a knight. You are fairly good looking. You are heroic. You wouldn't probably have any problems.
Probably have a cool dick.
Yeah, what I want to say that he probably wouldn't have any problems like getting on with the ladies, but of course Michael is here with his very straightforward.
Your penis probably has a goatee and wears sunglasses.
Definitely.
Yeah. Anyway, so after that we only have 2 sections left, and those sections are 100% optional. First of all, for those players who are RPing non-human, if they do this well, I always give additional 5 points. And Michael RPs Lambert very well, because role-playing an elf, a dwarf, a dwarf, a halfling, should be completely different than RPing a human. Elves are not humans with pointy ears. They are completely different species with different desires, mannerisms, psychology, stuff like that. Same with halflings, same with dwarves. Michael, you play Lambert very well. So of course 5 points to you.
Yeah, boy.
But generally, our group has luck when it comes to halflings. Brian here RP'd Sally, the Tilean gangster halfling, for a few years, and one of the best characters I ever saw. So, hats off to you, Brian. Of course, we still remember Sally. And naturally, humans don't get this bonus, but, I think it's more than fair. And finally, I can give from 0 to 10 points for ideas that actually pushed the adventure forward, but only for the ideas that actually work. So, for example, not for something that you want to do, but something that you did, that you thought about, did, and it helped push the scenario forward. So, Gustav, did you had any ideas today that helped push the scenario forward?
I'm not sure. Finding the witch hunter's henchman, watching the club.
Well, it didn't do anything, right? I mean, it didn't help you in any way. You are going to talk to her, and maybe it will do something.
Yeah.
But it didn't do anything yet, and well, you may even be in bigger trouble, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Johannes, what about you?
I mean, the only idea I had was to save my own skin, so I don't think that really pushed the
No,
adventure forward.
not really. Lambert, what about you?
To get into the club without a patron to
Yes.
invite us by using Gaston's foreign citizenship.
Yes.
Yes, and I will. This is very good. I will give you 10 points for that because that's actually
Ooh.
that was actually very well thought, very well made, and are like executed by you, RP'd by you. I will give you 10 points for that, and I will give 5 points to Andrew for sticking to the plan despite having to hand away the sword, which is a huge thing for a Bretonnian, especially for a Bretonnian from Carcassonne. So Michael, you get 10 points. Andrew, you get 5 points. And Gustav, this was your third session for making notes, yes?
Yeah.
So Brian, you get 30.
Your 30.
Yeah, you get 30 XP for your notes making.
The notes are.
Yeah.
And it's my turn next.
Document is already created. I will create another one in a second. Everyone should be able to see those documents. I make them available for all of us. All right, so that's it for XP. Now it took a bit longer because I had to explain everything, but next time it will be faster. And now
And then
our last.
somebody.
Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I won't say that. The last thing for every session, the least, fun one, is like discussing when we'll be able to play next.
I want to throw out there: is there a day that somebody can either step in with me or step in with Andrew to help him finishing out his character sheet?
Yeah, I can, but ideally Wednesday late evening because the time differences exist.
Yeah.
So right now it's almost 11 p.m. in Poland. I can be
so sorry. It's only like 3:30.
Yeah, I can be available either Wednesday or Tuesday late evening for you guys.
Andrew, did you hear that?
Yeah, I'm just looking. I don't think that's a problem. Which one is better for you?
I would prefer Wednesday, honestly, but it's up to you guys. But yeah, we need to finish your character sheet because there are it still lacks a lot of things, Andrew, and ideally before our next game I would like for it to be in order.
I
Okay.
usually put Duncan down for bed around 8 o'clock, so if y'all are at it before that, I can hop in to help.
Okay, so tell you
After
what,
that.
this Wednesday just give me a call whenever you guys are ready, and I'll hop in. It can be I go to bed very late. I go to bed usually at 3 a.m. My time.
Jesus.
So yeah. So
All right.
there's no problem, and we can finish your character, Andrew. Oh, one more thing, Andrew. For your backstory, and I don't want to be like for like I don't know 6 pages, but of course you can you can write it for 6 pages if you want. But for the backstory, I give a fate point, which is important.
Okay.
And I would like for, even if you don't want to write one, I would like for you at least to tell me what your character does in the Empire, why is he in Altdorf, why Finron decided to contact him, stuff like that. But ideally, I would like for you to write me a decent backstory, and maybe find some cool character art for your knight. Use it as your avatar in game because it always helps with immersion. Yeah, and other than that, welcome to the gang.
All right.
We are all cool here.
Thanks.
Some cooler than others, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, for the next game, I don't know if Michael told you that, Andrew. We ideally try to play every 2 weeks. Of course, there's stuff happening.
Times where it's hard.
What? Sorry.
Times where it's hard to do so.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and we almost always aim at Sundays.
Yeah, that's fine.
So my question is, 21st of January. Is everyone cool with that,
Good.
or if not?
Yeah, I
Good
could probably
for
say
me.
21st.
Okay. Sean, Bran.
Yeah. Should be
Yeah.
good for me.
It's good for me.
Okay, so unless nothing will happen, our next game will be on the 21st of January, standard time. We only change time when the when there's actual time change. It's been the bane of our existence ever since this group was created. Fucking time change. I never understood how it works exactly. But
I
anyway,
gotta save all my candles, man.
yeah. But anyway, thank you very much for the game. Thank you, Andrew, for joining us. It was a blast, and yeah, I hope that all of you guys had fun.
Yep,
All
I
right.
did.
Thanks.
Yeah, awesome.
Oh.
So I'll see you all on 21st. Take care and bye bye.
Good.
Later.
Bye.
All right, good game. See you.
Andrew, you gonna hang out for a minute, or are you bouncing?
Me?
Oh yeah, I gotta bounce.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I gotta
I'll
bounce
see
too.
you. Andrew, I'll talk to
Okay.
you later, buddy.
Okay.
Hear from you guys on Wednesday. Bye.